Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Thema Synthos. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Let me check something really quickly. Because as I was getting ready to come on, something very strange happened. I want to say this has never happened to me, but I don't know if that's true. But something very strange happened to me that I'm going to say very really happens. And that is when I'm coming on. I remember something from last night's stream. And the way that I remembered it and the way that it happened feels off. So bear with me because I need to make sure. Um, I need to get some water. Actually, let me grab some water. But give me a second because I do actually need to make sure that what I heard last night was actually accurate. We're not going to discuss it in any depth, but give me 2 seconds. Let me grab water and come back. Um, First and foremost, trigger warning up front. Like none of this. All of this is trigger warning. I will not be repeating that. I need to put it up front. Trigger warning. We are going to be talking about Halle Bailey and DDG. Um, Up front, I'm going to discuss something about attachment theory, specifically anxious attachment that I want to talk about. While I believe Holly might be suffering from something else generally, I'm not a doctor, I won't diagnose this, but I'm very acutely aware of anxious attachment. Regardless of how it show up, it's very easy to spot. Most of us have it. And I'm going to talk about it more generally. And then the second part of the video is not going over the court documents, but responding to someone who I think summarizes the men online and their approach to the discussion. Um, Something that bell hooks did say that I agree with is that we should listen more to men. And we've been talking about this in the Discord. Um, it's hard to do to just listen and not push back and not tell them where they're wrong and how they're wrong. Um, I will anxious attachment career. I'm gonna push back, but I wanted to engage with that discourse because I searched the internet high and low to find something that summarizes all of the response around DDG that I can find, and this is the closest to it, and I'll respond to it. But before we do that, welcome. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Um, I didn't realize last night that I look half dead, and that's because I rushed in and I looked a mess. So I apologize. I didn't get to moisturize the way that I generally do. Um, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Deadbeat mom. Um, moms. All right, let's go. Last night, a young man came up on the stream and something very strange happened because I wasn't as involved as I needed to be. Something very strange happened. And this young man was, I think, lying. And I'm using the word lying specifically here because of the explanation that we got. I know this is going to be tough for a lot of people. I know this is going to be tough for a lot of people to listen through, but we have to listen through it together. Um, oh, no. That was toxic. Anyway, let's watch it.
On Diddy. They wanted to know your thoughts on Diddy.
Oh my God. I mean, I think my thoughts on Diddy are the most obvious thoughts on Diddy. He belongs underneath a jail somewhere, you know? But I think he belongs underneath a jail somewhere. But I do think as well that, like, there's just so much about that world and the kinds of things that happen in it that are disgusting that I think people are sadly, let's say this, as a gay person who grew up in New York, lived in New York my whole life in the, I'm I've lived in New York throughout all the generations which Diddy has been in New York. And I was an early 2000s party girl. And I partied in the city at a lot of these same kind of clubs that were very popular in fashion circles, etc.
Oh,
And
I thought you were my age.
no,
You can continue.
and I'm old. And I'll just say that, there's so much behavior that was inappropriate at that time that was simply just like tolerated because there were no cameras. Like I really feel like people just can't understand how much how much power the omission of surveillance made people feel, right? Because like before there were cameras everywhere and post 9/11 and all that kind of stuff, the city was Gotham. New York really was Gotham. There really were, the sex parties with the celebrities and drugs and crazy things happening with people very underage. Like I went to my very first nightclub when I was like 16 in Meatpacking District with like the Hiltons and people like that. Like that time in the city was all about being the young hot thing and meeting a Mr. Big kind. Like we were all watching Sex in the City. We all wanted to be Carrie Bradshaw, and we all wanted to meet a sleazy guy like Big who was gonna like take us to an expensive dinner and bring us up to his penthouse apartment in the middle of Manhattan. Like that's what 2000 to 2010 New York City was about.
We
And
all
some
did
of us
it.
lived that life. No.
Teddy, you remember how you talk about the thing in the
Yeah.
shower, the thing in the shower, and like shoving it down the drain and thinking everyone did that?
No, like I mean, that was the life of a very certain city girl in New York at that time, and not just girl but guy and many other between. Let's say there are celebrities that I slept with who are gay celebrities.
Here it is. This, remind you, is about Diddy and Cassie and what we know and what we saw and the abuse and the allegations, right? He's going to say, I think, let me put up front the download I got. When I'm sitting down, I remember distinctively, or someone whispered, I don't know, some divine intervention said, he said that he experienced something similar to Cassie and that he was forced to do something. And then he completely reevaluated it and said he chose to stay. He was not forced to do anything. He made a decision to do the thing. And so I'm trying to figure out how that is like Cassie. Because I think, look, I think that in the way that we discuss pain and we take our own experiences and make it other people's experiences when it has nothing to do with other people's experience is insane. If you went to someone's house and they told you to go hide because they don't want anyone to see you, and then when everyone leave, you can come up, and then you all do what you do, and you said that it was fully consensual, why would you then say it was like Cassie? Because that does not sound like Cassie, like in any way, not even in any meaningful way, in any way. So let me hear if that's what was said. That's what I think was happening, but we'll see.
Who have since had accusations against
Name
them.
them. Name them.
No,
don't name them. Don't name them.
no, but
Put them in the private chat.
they have since had accusations come out against them that were very public. And when they came out, I said with my friends, not surprised. You know how he moves. You know the kind of parties that this person throws. You know how they get a little aggressive, how they get a little, oh, hey, oh no, this is a private party. Everybody inside, nobody's getting out until, like, it's a world of certain kinds of things that I just think is really inappropriate, that just has so much darkness that it's shrouded in, that I'm just very happy has passed us. I do think the kids have made the world a little bit healthier, even if it's more boring now.
Understood. You can put the names in the private chat though. Thank
I
you.
ain't telling you guys, you got to pay for that. You got to pay for that.
No, we won't tell the. We're not going to tell the.
Themis got it. Send me a few super chats. I'm kidding. No, I mean like literally like if I slept with 3 gay celebrities, 2 of the 3 had like in the big newspaper allegations.
What type of allegations would you say they had? And during
They had allegations. Well, one had allegations of sleeping with a guy who was underage. Not surprised because when I met him, I was borderline.
When did these allegations come out? Would you say?
I'm not telling you. I'm not giving you. I can't. They're too prominent. So
you'd say, but like recently though, like this
year. They're within the last 5 years. Last
around
5
COVID
to 10.
Time.
Last 5 to 10. One was before COVID.
Before COVID.
Like one was after COVID. And I'll give you this hint too. And here's the tea. Both of them were black. Ain't it crazy? Not one white man I slept with ever got into the newspaper. The random rich black guys.
No, they weren't married.
No, they're like known homosexuals. They're not like out and about. But they're known.
I care about.
No, these are like extremely famous people. Unfortunately, one of them is really sadly unfortunate.
They're okay. Well, okay then. Now I don't care no more.
Oh, you don't care because they're famous?
No, you said they're known home.
No, I mean like they're not like in the gay scene. People know that they are gay, but they're not like, oh, this person, gay activist. Like, no, they're just like black celebrities. They've had allegations. And it's like, when you ask me about what Cassie, it's like men of a certain wealth class move and behave in a certain kind of way, especially in big cities.
Are you saying they have abuse allegations? You have proof, but you will not come out against them.
Oh, I'm saying like they had all of their allegations were litigated and everything like that, finished and sealed. They're not surprises. I just don't want to go online. I don't want to. I'm not a clout chaser because that's what like real girls who mess with celebrities we don't talk about because that would make me like a bird. I would never talk about.
We're not talking about celebrities. Now, would you say one of them?
Talking about celebrity who abuse you would make you a bird. Got it.
May have been with like a white girl, maybe teenager.
No, these guys have never been with women. These guys don't get with women. No.
Do they present like they get with women?
They do. You would think that they were, but they're not. And they're both big creatives too, which is really sad, the creative industry, big hits, But one was basically a very similar to kind of, Cassie scenario where it was like.
All right, there it is. All right, he's about to tell us. You have to remember, one was very similar to Cassie. One of his experience was very similar to Cassie. Let's hear it. Let's hear this thing that was very similar to Cassie. This is the thing that I slightly remember that I was talking about. This is actually kind of insane.
Like, not like the video, but like he forced me to stay here beyond my will and basically.
All right, quote, he forced me to stay here beyond my will. Watch him walk back, take all of that back. I was calling people who name drop celebrities birds, not victims of abuse. Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate that. I will retract that. But watch what you just said. I'm glad you're here. You said one was very similar to Cassie. You were about to explain something that happened to you that was very similar to Cassie. You said he forced you to stay beyond your will. He forced you to stay beyond your will. And now watch what you do. Watch what you do.
Basically wouldn't let me leave his place until I, had sex with him. And when I heard that story come out, it was just so crazy because like I said, I have a very loving ethic. When I met this guy, he he moved in a very like similar way. Like he invited me to a party at his home. I didn't know he was a celebrity, so like I arrived there and I thought it was just like, oh wow, like this person really owns a lot of this very famous artist work. Who is it? And then everybody at the party knew who he was but me. So here I am, and so I stayed, and then he didn't want me to leave. Basically, he didn't want me to like leave with everybody else who was there. And in a
And then you were
similar,
like, I'm gonna tell your wife, sir. And he was like, keep my
well,
wife's name.
he didn't have a wife. He didn't have a wife. Otherwise,
Okay.
that would be easier. But no, but he basically kind of like made me stay in his place as well, and didn't let me leave.
Important, he made him stay in his place and did not let him leave. So false imprisonment. What we've described is sexual assault and false imprisonment, and it's very similar to Cassie. Now let's hear the specifics, because this has been bothering me ever since I like sat down to do this. It just like hit me, and I was like, "Wait, what was said?" And then I had to go back.
And we did also end up having like intimate relations together, but it wasn't like he didn't make me feel like I didn't feel like, oh, this is so he made me that I couldn't go. Like it was like, go back downstairs and I'll tell you when everybody is gone, you can come back upstairs, kind of thing, because I don't want them thinking the party is still going. And could I have said no, I'm leaving now? Yes, probably, but I didn't. So it's like I think of that person who sued him. I always think, well, that guy. I'm like, if I wanted to, I could have went to the police and said, hey, I was with this celebrity. I wanted to go home and he wouldn't let me, and then I had to stay and sleep with him. Like the way that you phrase things can sound.
No, the way you phrase things does not matter. What happened does. What happened does. Did you want to sleep with him? Were you unable to leave? Were you pressured into having sex with him? If no, then this was not at all like what Cassie was reporting.
Sound crazy very easily.
Yeah, it can sound crazy. It can sound like there's a victim, a perpetrator, an assault happening.
Yes, it can. But also, like I'm saying, as an adult, if you and I are an adult, and you hanging out at my house, and I have a bunch of people at my house, it's a house party, and I want everyone to leave the house party, and for us to just hang out. So I say, hey, I set up a hookah in the next room, and there's a whatever. If you want to hang out in here with a hookah while I get everybody out of here, just go hang out in the room while I get everybody out of here. Will you say that that's the person forcing you to stay in that room?
I feel
I
feel uncomfortable, a little coerced. You have all this power, and I'm just me.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about all this power you have, and you're some big star.
But I mean, really, Petty. Like, if that was you, would you feel that was enough to say that you were like coerced to stay? Like just because the person was a celebrity. I'm not wooed by celebrities, so I didn't stay because he was a celebrity. I stayed because I kind of like dudes when they're like a little bit like, because he's a Gemini. He gives very, forceful ways.
You didn't say that. Gemini are forceful.
Sorry.
They would toss it out. The police would toss it right out.
He had a very like manly kind of assertive way about him. Some people don't like assertiveness. Some people like more passive behavior.
Yeah.
I personally respond to assertive behavior. So that's where I'm saying that there's just so much stuff that goes on. I think a lot of it's nasty. Celebrities are weird.
Good. Well, we are over time. It is not for me to decide if you are a victim or not. Thank you for coming and giving your thoughts on bell hooks and some insights into kind of it's not empathy, it's lack of self-worth. Where's his empathy for abused women? I
would love to know where you saw a lack of empathy. If you could give me one single sentence that I stated that sounded like any kind of lack of empathy, I'd be really interested.
When I said
If you were at a celebrity's home, you did not know they were a celebrity. They told you to go to the downstairs and come up when people have left, and you did it. And then you said you consensually engage with that celebrity. How is this essay and how is this like, Cassie? I know you were here, so can you write in the chat how that is essay and how that is like, Cassie? I'm waiting for him to respond because since he's here, I don't want to just jump the ledge and go into what I wanted to talk about. But in the meantime, that reminded me of this right here. I had to go find it.
Grown ass motherfucking nigga, you can't be a grown ass motherfucking bitch and say to me that Diddy forced you to do a motherfucking thing. Nah, I'm not gonna take that shit. You played a.
Oh, I started with trigger warning. The whole video is trigger warning. So if I say trigger warning, I'm just gonna be shouting trigger warning all video. The whole video is trigger warning. This whole thing is trigger warning.
Part. Because see, Diddy can't become a monster by himself. There's people that have to constantly keep feeding that motherfucking beast. And the reality is that there are people out here that will do any motherfucking thing for success. That's it, that's all. They'll do anything for wealth. That's it, that's all. If it means sacrificing every ounce of their integrity, every ounce of their morale and their beliefs, they'll do it. But here's the thing about it. You can't circle back and tell us that you was a motherfucking victim.
Yes, you can, and they're not talking to you because you have no power in the system. I am glad, I am extremely excited that most of the people talking online have zero power in terms of holding people, men in particular, accountable for their bad action. You don't get to abuse your employee because you think your employee wants to rise through the ranks, and the way to do it is for you to abuse them. And because they said, oh, yes, we don't understand how people or why people acquiesce to pressure in certain circumstances. No, the burden is on you, the person with the power in this situation. What do you mean you don't circle back? Nobody coming to you. We don't care. And this is the good part about the legal system. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I generally just critique the legal system. The good part about this is that the legal system does not need you to agree with it. Abuse and how abuse operates as far as a legal framework does not need you to agree with it.
You was not being groomed, it was your greed. And until you address your greed, then you can address the situation. Otherwise,
Yeah, let's say she was greedy, she wanted money. Now what? She was greedy, she wanted money, she wanted a rich man. Now what? She wanted money, she wanted fame, she wanted to be a singer, she wanted to dip it and do it. Now what? Still was abused, she still was beaten in a hallway. Now what? Is that the price she needs to pay? Now what? Yeah, she wanted money. Call her all kinds of H's, B words. Sure, yeah. Now what? She still was beaten in a hallway, prevented from leave, threatened, all of it. Now what? Until they acquiesce to that they were all kinds of B words. They agreed. Yeah. She laughed at Kim. Someone said, no proof of that, but let's just go with it. Now what? She still was abused. She still was abused. What? Yes, her character is bad. She's a terrible, disgusting human being in your mind. Let's just say that is true. She still was abused. Now what?
Boss, miss me with that motherfucking bullshit. I don't give a fuck how much money a nigga got. You're gonna be out here prostituting me and shit, nigga. You know, it's like, hey, come on now. At some point in time, I think what it is that a lot of you females is mad because he disrespected the fuck out you and didn't give you what the fuck you came for. Let's just really talk about it. I'm being honest with you. Because that was disrespectful ass shit that you participated in. And it had nothing to do with motherfucker Diddy. All Diddy was doing was taking advantage of motherfuckers who was willing and able to be taken advantage of.
Okay, so you agree that he was taking advantage of people, but you are okay with it because those people were desperate enough to allow him to take advantage of them. So people with power should be able to, without recourse for those they take advantage of people. That's the world you would create. If you call it taking advantage of. So the powerful should be able to take advantage of the weak. That's your paradigm. When Bell Hooks writes that women uphold patriarchy, my issue with her statement was never that women don't uphold patriarchy. Women do uphold patriarchy. The problem is that it's not all and it's not as equal, because nothing this woman is doing, none of the black male worshiping come close to the actual harm being done by Diddy to people, right? So they're not equal. And my disagreement with Bell Hooks fundamentally has to do with the leveling, right, the flattening of the experience of men and women in a patriarchy and making them analogous. That's and similar and the same. That's my problem. But she's not fundamentally wrong in the fact that women do engage in upholding patriarchy, misogyny, and dislike of women who they see as competition. Like, girl, Diddy was not going to choose you. It was never going to happen. Still not going to happen. You're not going to get chosen by Diddy. So the fact that women are so unabashedly online auditioning to be abused is absolutely diabolical work. The fact that there are still women jealous of Cassie and her experience with a quote-unquote billionaire is absolutely insane. Like, why? We had a conversation the other day about, I think it was Ohio. Someone was proposing a bill that would restrict men's ability to release genetic materials and put them in prison. And we were laughing about it because I said no man would agree with this. You know how we have people, women, advocating for other women to not have access to abortion? I promise you, men are more on code than women. Men are far more on code. Men will not actively create a world where they have less power. We've seen the unwillingness of men to let go of power. Even when they're not going to lose it, they're just going to have people be able to, I don't know, access basic health around abortion rights. But men would not agree to that. The fact that there are women actively engaging, actively facilitating an environment where they have less control and autonomy is absolutely insane. This is contributing to a culture where women are less safe. Thankfully, this woman has no power. Thankfully. That is insane to say. Thankfully, some women have no power as it relates to other women. That is insane. And yes, I specifically went to go find a woman to do this because I've seen in the shade room, I've seen in the comments videos after videos after videos of women literally sitting up there advocating for a system where they have no autonomy. That is insane. That is insane. Like, what do I do with that?
Let's have a real motherfucking conversation now. Some of you niggas was hanging around Diddy, and you knew how the fuck Diddy got down. You was okay with it, nigga. You trying to play, y'all. A lot of you niggas trying to play like you don't know what the fuck Diddy be doing. And some of you niggas knew that shit, but you didn't care because you was looking for career advancement, nigga. Can't be a grown ass motherfucking nigga. You can't be a grown ass motherfucking bitch and say to me that Diddy forced you to do a motherfucking thing. Nah, I'm not gonna take that shit. You played a part. Because see, Diddy.
There is grace that I give to people like this. I think that growing up in a culture that has us exposed to violence, both physically and verbally, through our life, creates a callous in response to violence and abuse. And we don't know how to engage with this idea of abuse. And so when we see other women and other people engage in weaponizing in their mind, in some of our minds, the system as a means for protection against abusers, we don't register that because we never had the system to protect us from uncle, daddy, cousin, whoever. And because we did not have that system, I think it's new for us. It feels foreign, and there is a part of us that rejects it. If I am giving the best good faith argument on a kind of emotional but also reasonable level for women and people like this, the argument fundamentally is I was not protected. I had to learn I did not need protection from this kind of abuse. Why do you have it? And I think that impulse is something that can change over time through education. Most of what we went through as Black people experiencing other Black people in our lives is abusive. I'm only speaking for Black people because I'm talking about an experience that I've had. But a lot of the ways that we talk to each other, a lot of the ways that we engage with each other, and even care, using that word loosely, for each other, is very abusive. Care, mind you, is preventing further harm by inflicting a kind of abuse to get you in line so that you won't be harmed by the larger community. A lot of our engagement is abusive. And so I do have grace for people like this who are lashing out, seeing what they believe to be protection for Cassie where none exists for them. All right, cool. I think this is where I'm going to start our video now. And we're going to talk about DDG and Halle Bailey. And I am going to go into this video again. It is a response to a YouTube channel that I've never watched, don't care to watch, don't engage with. But before I do, I'm going to hit the intro and then I'm going to talk about anxious attachment, and then we'll get into the video. All right. Thank you all for being here. Grab your coffee, water, tea. I have so many liquids right here to drink. I'll do bubble tea. Whatever you're drinking, go and get that, and let's watch. All right. Let's do attachment theory and attachment style. We're only talking about anxious attachment in, like, hopefully this is going to be really quickly. I've read DDG's filing. I have read Halle's filing. I've reviewed what the court had to say, all of that. Let me just come out for anyone confused. DDG is dead wrong. DDG is dead wrong. And the fact that there are people defending him, like the video we're about to watch, is kind of insane to me. But before we get into DDG, I want to talk a little bit about Halle. And I want to say that my heart goes out to Halle and people like Halle. Halle, for me, and by the way, I think there are more issues mentally that is happening that I am not aware of. My thoughts here, I won't make them public because I'm not a doctor. I cannot diagnose. But when it comes to anxious attachment style, I see it fully. In the texts that I was reading, I see someone who is anxiously attached. And part of the issue that I have, I won't speak to her specifically, but obviously it's under the Halle DDG issue that I'm talking. So I might reference it. Every time I hear anxious attachment online, it gets a really bad rep. And part of it is the emotional reaction, not the emotion felt, but the reaction of the person who is anxiously attached. And I think everyone knows what anxious attachment is right now, but I think for most of my life, I was also anxiously attached. I think people around me couldn't prove it because I did not act because of my pride. The only thing that saved me from being a meme online and dragging people all down my timeline is my pride. Pride saved me because I'm not going to be the one to do this, even though I want to do whatever this is and drag you or message 15 million times or whatever it is. My pride is triggered whenever I'm anxiously attached, and it prevents me from doing something. I had to wrestle with myself, even on YouTube. When people left my channel, there was a part of me that would want to grab them and say, come back, please, how can I make you stay, whatever. And I had to like legitimately remove that part of me. And it was a really intense process for me, particularly around my therapy and engaging with that and the self-work that it took to reconceptualize anxious attachment is not something that I wish on anyone. I think it is a really painful thing to do, to be anxiously attached and have to retrain yourself to not, again, my pride existed and fully comes to the forefront in a way that protects me, and I'm very happy for that. So now when people leave or when something happened, I imagine the worst case scenario, I think the worst case scenario, and then I go with that, feel what I feel and move through it without acting. That I think that's a very difficult thing to do. However, I don't think anxious attachment is something just completely negative. Here's why. Here's why. I feel like it's a superpower. Please don't take this as any kind of advice. This is how I handle it. And I saw a YouTube video years ago that talked about it being a superpower like Cyclops, where every time you look at something, the bolt of energy comes to your eye, and you had to create systems around your eyes to prevent it from harming the things that you're looking at. So it is power, it's powerful, but it has to be manipulated and controlled and worked with, not seen as something that is really terrible and you have to get rid of it. That's how I conceptualize a lot of things about my life that are generally seen as bad. And once I learned how to work with it, it became a very powerful part of who I am. And part of what reinforced that anxious attachment is good for me personally is that I've never been wrong. I have never been wrong when it comes to my anxious attachment reaction to someone. I think most anxiously attached people can sense when there is a change, whether there is a change in the atmosphere, like that micro expression that just happened quickly that no one picks up on, a change in the timing that you do something. Human beings, as creatures of habit, we create routines. Even when work changes and the daily life changes, there are very specific routines. And I think anxiously attached people are hardwired for some reason to, and I think it's like, I've envisioned it as a kind of exposed, like it's an antenna. Let me not use the body as function. It's an antenna that is very attuned to people's pattern. And as soon as something shifts in the pattern, you pick up on it. The issue with it is obviously you're reacting instead of figuring it out, right? We react instead of figuring things out. But that initial noting of a shift in attitude, in tone of voice, in how someone kisses, hugs, show up late, whatever it is, there is even the way people text, right? There is a way in which we figure out that something has shifted that I think the general population is completely unaware of. That attunement, I don't think is wrong. I will not pretend that I think it is wrong. I cannot advocate with any kind of therapist and psychologist who think that it's wrong. I think that deep feeling is protection. It helps us to navigate the world. And if you feel something and it's wrong, obviously, if you try to investigate and it doesn't bear fruit, then obviously you need to rewire yourself and figure that out. But I've never thought something shifted and was wrong about the shift that exists. Maybe I was wrong about what caused the shift. Maybe I was wrong about how I reacted to the shift, but I was never wrong about there being a shift. And so I do hope that we are able to reconceptualize what that means. I think some of the most fruitful friendships that I've ever had, even after I've dealt with my own anxious attachment style. And I thought I was avoidant. I don't know why that was a thing as a child, but as I dealt with mine, some of the best friendships I have had are with people who are anxiously attached. And one of the worst things you can do is pretend or lie about a shift in emotional, physical, any kind of state to someone who is anxiously attached. When you're honest with these people, they are the kindest, sweetest, most forgiving, giving people that I've ever met. They are willing to work to maintain relationships in ways that other people aren't willing to work to engage and maintain relationships. And so it is fascinating to me when I see what is an anxiously attached person being either abused or disregarded. What do you mean? What do you mean? These people are those who work overtime to maintain and facilitate relationships. That is absolutely insane to me. So whenever I see an anxiously attached person, I am drawn to them. I am deeply empathetic to them. I feel connected to them. I care for them because I know this world does not know how to deal and care for anxiously attached people. These people are seen as, how do I put it? These people are seen as troublemakers in the way that they continuously try to give love. And I do think that is a sad world we live in where the people trying to give love, and maybe the ways it's being given is not the best, right? But they are demonized. Mind you, they're demonized by people who are hurting them. They're demonized by the person cheating. They're demonized by the person trying to gaslight you. And while it is clinging, someone said clinging, clingy, needy, controlling might be on the negative end. Controlling might be on the negative end of the spectrum. I do not think most anxiously attached people are controlling. I do think it's a misconception, and here's why. Maybe this is a defense of myself, but here's why. I think that a lot of what we think is controlling is a wanting to know the truth and someone hiding the truth. And maybe that truth is not for the person who's anxiously attached to mine and get, but it is them knowing something is wrong and you're lying and trying to figure it out. Cool. All right. That being said, I just wanted to put it out there that I am deeply empathetic to Halle's plight and sympathetic rather to what Halle's going through and how I see Halle. And I want you all to know that. And it is really sad because as I saw the text messages, I saw someone who is crying out for help. And I read it as DDG fully being aware of how to push Halle's button and deciding to do it repeatedly. Now, I'm not blaming DDG for Halle's reaction because you're in full control of your reaction. But what I am blaming him for is his engagement and his lying and retaliatory filing of motion that makes absolutely no sense. And if I were the judge, I would drag him for filth for this filing. And let me explain why I would drag him for filth as I plug my computer in because the battery's dying. 1 second. You are going to hear me repeat this today. You're going to hear me repeat this today over and over and over again. It is retaliatory, it is meaningless, and he has a problem because it's simple. If you believe your child is in danger, you would be trying to protect your child from danger. You saying your child is in danger. You saying your child is in danger only in response to that woman, Halle, trying to take your child and not have you see your child is insane if she's been acting this way for 2 years. So you knew this woman is a terrible mother. She is attempting to unalive herself and the child, and you think that she is not willing to do what needs to be done, but you leave your child with her. You let her travel with your child for years, right? You let her be a mother, and when she is talking about how abusive you are, that is when you are telling the court that you need to take your child from her because of things that were happening years ago that makes her unfit. How dumb do you think the court is? No, for real, for real. And if there's a DDG, oh, please come up, please come up. JD3X, please come up, because this is insane. I think all of the men saying that he was trying to protect his family are liars. You all are liars. You know you're liars, and you're only here to lie. I made the thumbnail, whatever, the way that I made it because I wanted you all to be here. I want to drop the link, and I want you to come up and explain to me how DDG was trying to protect his family. Because if you think that woman is a danger to herself and that child, specifically to that child, waiting until she filed for sole custody to try and go and protect your child is absolutely insane. I think that is an absolute insane proposition. You are a terrible, disgusting, degenerate father if you think your child is in danger and you leave your child with the person who is endangering your child. That is insane. You are degenerate. It is absolutely insane. Now, if you say he's just fighting back, fine. But if you say he's trying to protect his child, you are a degenerate liar. Anyone who sits up on the internet and say that DDG is attempting to protect his child is a degenerate liar. This is not to say that Halle can't do anything and won't do anything. I am specifically talking about DDG's mental state right now. DDG and his dusty attorneys are lying when they say that they are trying to protect that child from that mother. You should have been doing it. This is not oh, why did you wait to come forward? No, if your child is in danger and you are sitting around waiting and not trying to extract your child from said danger, you are trash. Point blank, period. All right, so now that that's out of the way, let's go over to this video.
Told y'all he was screwed. DDG yesterday, he filed a order to battle the temporary restraining order that Halle Bailey said and to stop her from taking their kid away to Italy, where she's going to be for well over 2 months. And it just got denied because Halle Bailey's team of lawyers, they responded to they must have had this ready or something, or they got word through the grapevine. They responded to this immediately the same day. So now she will be able to take Halo out of the country. So first we're going to go through Halle Bailey stuff, what she sent through, and then we're going to go through what DDG sent between him and her. So here she says, I'm requesting the court deny Daryl's request. Instead, I request the court grant me permission to take our son out of the country to perform my employment duties. I request orders to stop Daryl personally and that he instructs his family and friends to stop posting about our son, this litigation, and me on all platforms discussed below. Which is wild because you can understand, you're not allowed to speak about the case, but you're not allowed to speak about the son, who's a public figure, and people aren't allowed to speak on her, who is a very, very big public figure and an adult. And his friends? What do you mean by his friends? His friends are all streamers. So she wants complete control over the situation. Then she says, I want to point out that Daryl has requested an order blocking me from traveling with our son for my scheduled work next month. And he waited until June 4th to ask for custody orders, although he and his attorneys have ignored all my attorney's efforts for him to have monitored visits with our son since the issuance of the temporary restraining order on May 13th. So between May 13th and now, she's saying that, yeah, DDG could have visited his son and he just ignored those. Well, DDG is not going to succumb. I feel like if DDG succumbed to it, then that means it's giving her more power, but it's also letting people know, like, yeah, it is what it is. It's almost an admission of guilt to a degree. And then she goes, Daryl has exaggerated, lied, and misconstrued for the court, not the history of our relationship, but our parenting and my mental health. There's no doubt that I was emotionally devastated in 2022 and 2023 by his behavior and ongoing abuse. What is the ongoing abuse by DDG? This is the thing. This word has been diluted so much that we don't even know what it means anymore. She's going.
What do you mean we don't know what abuse means anymore? The court found enough evidence to grant a temporary restraining order. She did. They did. What do you mean we don't know what abuse means? Oh my God, they use the word abuse so much we don't know what it These people are so degenerate. These people are so degenerate. And if you are sitting here thinking, oh my God, these men, these poor men, I promise you, you and the bell hooksian leaders of women are you all are mistaken in a way that puts you and everyone else in a lot of danger. In a lot of danger. She reports physical abuse and mental abuse. I don't understand what do you mean? Bell hooksian, yes. that is my word for the bell hook scholars. That's my word for the bell hook scholars. I invented it 2 days ago.
Going to say psychological abuse because the only instance of physical that she has ever mentioned is what she said it was last year or something with the chipped tooth and the bruised arm, which DDG also showed his own injuries that were sustained apparently in that same time frame or that same day. And it's just without waiving the psychotherapist patient privilege and physician patient privilege, I've reached out to my doctor and received treatment to address these issues. So she's a nut. I have been and remained 100% available.
I'm going to dismiss and not engage with the she's a nut. Because when I was going to make this into a video, I was going to make a she's a nut in quotation and engage with the fact that there are people who listen to men like this and women who repeat this, and the lack of intellectual rigor, the lack of engagement, the lack of care, none of the engagement feels like intellectual or thoughtful. It's just a lot of emotion, and the one thing at the center of kind of the emotions being brought forward is the fact that we need to protect men. That is the only thing that they care about. Protecting men. That's it. Sultry Love Child has been a member for 35 months. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Anxiously attached people are the canaries in the emotional coal mine. Yeah.
And capable as a parent to our son Halo. Had Daryl really been concerned about my parenting, he would have taken action prior to this time. He has never sought custody orders or any orders protecting Halo until today, the day that my DVRO was set. And that's a domestic violence restraining order. Most of Daryl's alleged incidents took place in 2022 and 2023. It's now June 4, 2025. But Daryl makes no specific allegations about any incidents since his own claims about an incident that took place back in January 2025. Yet Daryl did not seek any orders for protection or custody until now, nearly 5 months later. In his declaration, Daryl has also failed to explain why he waited until now to ask for orders, DV, or custody. If he genuinely had any concerns about me as a person or as a parent, this is cold retribution to embarrass, humiliate, and cause me additional emotional distress. This just goes to show you lose no matter what. So DDG's fault is that he wasn't ruthless enough. Because what she's saying is, well, if DDG had any issues with what I was doing, he should have just called the police and asked for domestic violence and a restraining order back then, a couple of years ago, while I was tweaking out and threatening him and doing X, Y, and Z. But he didn't do that. He waited until.
All right. So that's not what she said. And this is so weird to be saying. He's saying, oh, she's mad that DDG wasn't ruthless. And she's using the argument that DDG wasn't ruthless enough to come forward when she was going through some things back 2-3 years ago. All right. That's not what was actually said. Halle's attorney's response is that if you believe your child is in danger 2 years, a year, a couple months ago, but you left your child with me and I was traveling with your child, our child. And then when I say that you're a danger and that I want to have temporary custody, primary custody, sole custody rather, of my child, you then saying I am a danger after I file and I've been a danger for years, but you did nothing about it. That is absolutely insane. That is the argument being made. It's not about him. It's not about her. It's not about their actions to each other. It's about what is in the best interest of the child. You don't get to sit your dusty self online, pretend everything is good, and then leave your child with someone you believe to be unfit. Are you insane? Talking about, oh, DDG just wanted to protect Halle's image. No, he didn't. We'll get into that in a second, but no, he didn't. And even if you want to protect her image, if your child is in danger, wanting to protect her image is degenerate. Yes. So unless you are lying and you allowed your child to be with the mother of your child because she can take care and you didn't think that there was a threat, unless you're doing that, then your argument is that she has been a problem and a threat to your child that you know of for years and you did nothing about that. You did nothing, you didn't care about your child until now. What happened now that caused you to file? Yes, it's retaliatory. Any idiot reading that would know it's retaliatory. Like, what does she wanting an abortion, for example? There was a text that she threatened an abortion. How does she wanting an abortion lead to her being unfit to be a mother, particularly when you've left her to raise the child, very rarely engaged with your child, and when you do, you're exploiting your child on camera, but you left an unfit mother with your child. And then when she filed for sole custody, you were like, oh no, she's unfit. I need to take my child. What? No. That's not how that works.
Until I did something in order to like come back at me about this. So you shouldn't trust him because of that. Yet what we really know is the truth is that DDG was probably trying to hold it together. He's like, man, I got to keep this family together. I don't want to screw her over. She's got a career. I want to uplift her. I want to make sure that she still looks good in the public eye. So he's not going to do anything.
And yes, I would drag a woman in DDG's position. I would. If your child is in danger and you sit around and let that person who is a danger to your child take care of your child, I don't care if you're a man or woman, you would be getting dragged because it's not about you. It's not about you. Oh, DDG just trying to protect DDG, the same DDG who had an AI voice of Halle, arguing with the AI voice of Halle, making rap songs about Halle, dragging Halle publicly, coming out on here talking about Halle don't want her to see their child. That is the DDG you said is caring about her image. That's the DDG. Y'all are sitting up here talking about, oh, he did not want to embarrass her. That's the one. That's the DDG. Y'all are liars. You all are liars. But the funny thing is they know they're lying. This is not like, oh, they're dumb, they can't read. I mean, true, and true. But like, it's not the issue. They know they're lying. They know they're wrong. Hi, Themis. Hey, Alyssa. How are you? You are preaching right now. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, by the way.
Anything like that. And there are a lot of guys that will do stuff like this where they'll hold back and maybe he doesn't want to look like a punk. He doesn't want to seem like the person that destroyed her reputation. Whatever the case may be, there are the only intentions you can have by not exposing that stuff in 2022 and 2023 when DDG could have are positive. But here it's being weaponized against him where she says, well, now that I proved or that I got this restraining order, now he wants to come back.
This man also forget that Halle, this entire time on the text messages, were saying, come take your son, have your son, I'm going to do this or that, take your son. And DDG's like, nah, I'm not doing that. But now you want to take your son because she's unfit. one thing's for certain and two things for sure. I'm not doing it by myself. So, like, good on you, Halle. Apparently, it's a good thing to not have an abortion. So, like, period, good for you. But, girl, because let's be very clear about her career. No, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go. No, I'm going to slightly go there. Let me explain something that I believe. I believe that DDG is the main reason why Halle and what happened with the Little Mermaid did not push her further. That's my assessment of what happened. That is my assessment of what happened. There was a shame and embarrassment that took place when she was pregnant and people were online, racist people were online talking about single mother princess, the first single mother princess. There was an assault on her public image in a way that I don't think Halle fully understands. And I heard Kimberly Nicole Foster talking about this the other day, and it's something that really does need to be investigated. It has to do with Halle and Chloe and how talented they are, leading the pack of their generation in terms of talent, and the mishandling of their public image and general career. I think that is a really sad thing to watch these two young women with so much potential, so much talent, charisma, care, for them to have for their careers to be this mishandled, usually because of their personal life, mind you, is kind of insane. And I'm not blaming Parkwood, I'm not blaming Beyonce and them, because they've had a ton of opportunities. They have had it is their personal life that spills over, particularly Halle, into their public image that disrupt their what they're doing. And I know the impulse now is to say, she can do it, she's still amazing. I'm not talking about that. That is a given. That is a fact. She can still be amazing. I'm trying to do an assessment of her career thus far and the fact that this man was an anchor holding her under the water. Not even like, you like leave the boat at the dock. No. This anchor was holding her underwater. And I do think it is unfortunate that it took this long and a child and all of that to have her even attempt to wake up. Like, she is filming. Can you imagine what it is like on set for her now when she's filming a new movie with her coworkers and all of this like drama online is consuming her work and like her image? And that's insane. Every time Halle is about to do something big, here DDG come. Oh, she won't let me see my son. every time, every this is not funny. This is not funny, but like every time, like anytime something big, Halle is going to the Met Gala. DDG, she won't let me see my son, my son, my son. I want to be a dad. I want to be a father. Great, you don't get out of my face. I really do appreciate that Halle seems like she's standing up. I appreciate that she is fighting back and that she is trying to reclaim her autonomy. Whatever she's going through, and she's going through something, whatever she's going through, I do hope that she can get through this in one piece because she is so tremendously talented. She's an amazing actress. She's an amazing singer and performer. And so I do hope that she can pull it together. And no, I don't just believe she's going to be fine. I saw the comment that says she's going to be just fine. She's filming. That contract was negotiated prior to all of this mess. All of this mess is very distracting. All of it is very distracting. This is a ton of mess. And no, the images, the images, the screenshots of the back and forth between her and her dusty baby daddy is not a good look. Regardless of how you read it, there's a lot of things that should be private. There is a way in which you engage with a woman who is going through her pregnancy, postpartum, prior to the pregnancy, insecurity, whatever it was. There is a moment where obviously abuse should never be hidden, but there is a different layering of issues when there is a conversation about an abortion, something that is deeply personal and private, and is put in the public domain, intentionally so. And the question is why, right? And when someone say, oh, he's trying to protect the image, saying I wanted an abortion has nothing to do with the kind of mother you became if you did not choose to have the abortion. And so when I'm listening to DDG and I'm reading DDG's filing and I'm listening to people responding to DDG, it is about destroying her public image. Let's be very clear. This is all about destroying. This is an attack on her public image. And I do feel bad for her. And I am one, you know how people are like, I am not one to say I told you so. I want to say I told you so. I will tell you over and over and over again that I told you so while helping you. And then people won't want to listen to me because why are you telling me you told me so? It's not useful. But I'm not the person who is going to be like, no, let's just ignore the fact that I told you so. No, I told you so. It doesn't mean I love you less. And I'm not going to be telling you I told you so when you are hurting. Right? But like, we're going to joke and I'm going to tell you I told you so. So I'm not going to hide from that. The thing is, she had no real reason to listen to anyone at all. So as much as I can say, I told you so, we told you so, she don't know me. She don't know anyone of us on the internet. And I think when you love someone, you love someone. But also, the accountability here is not about, oh, you should have known better. This was preventable. All of this was preventable. All of it. And if we continue to say, oh, Halle, we love you, amazing, sorry, blah, 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 we ignore real, honest truth that we need to engage with. All of this was preventable. That man was trash, been trash. She knew he was trash when she was going to go pick him up off the side of the road. I don't care how much money he has. I don't care how cute you think he is. I don't care nothing about none of that. I don't care how much fame you think he has. He was trash. She knew he was trash and she picked him up. Yes. There are men who are able to hide the fact that they are not good men. There are men who hide. Vetting is very difficult for a lot of reasons. It wasn't difficult here. I don't care what you say. How is he trash? How is he trash? Because he just is. What do you mean? How is he not trash? He's trash. Like, you know he's trash. You watch him because he's trash. Like, what do you mean? Like, you watch him because of how he acts. Like, this is a grown man acting like a child every single day. What do you mean? You know why do you watch DDG? Because you are a fan. Why do you watch him? Outside of his relationship with Halle, why do you watch him? Like the fact that people are like, oh, no, he's not. He's not a good man. Like, stop doing that. Like, defend your favor and say, yes, he's trash and she should have known he was trash. Do that defense. I will respect that defense. Don't sit up here, oh, he's a good man. No, he's not. You watch him because he's trash. Like, y'all like trash and you watch trash, so like you watch him because he's trash. Like, you look at it. I'm so confused. How is he a great father? The only time we see him is all right, for the DDG people in here, I can drop the link for you to come up and explain yourself, because I don't like having you all having to shout from in the comment section. You can come up and just tell me why you think he's a great dad. You want to do that? Do you want to do that? I can drop the link for you. Here, this is for DDG supporters. This is for DDG supporters and DDG supporters only. She's not trash. I don't know her. I don't know her. DDG streams all of his life, so we know he's trash, but I don't know her. I do not know her, so I can't make a judgment. She threatened to kill him and Halo. Can you hit the link? Can you hit the link?
Yeah, now he's going to come back. But it's DDG's fault. Like what I say, man, if you're not ruthless, you will be destroyed for not having been ruthless enough. So now, because DDG wanted to keep his family together and he wanted to protect the reputation of his girlfriend, baby mama at that time, now he's neither with his girlfriend, baby mama. That same girlfriend, baby mama is ruining his life and he doesn't get to see his kid. So the empathy or the softness in his heart that he decided to have for family is the exact reason why he can't see any of his family now. And he has to suffer in both legal fees and public image to a certain degree. Cold game, isn't it? So they should teach you, be ruthless.
So this man, what he learned was that you should be more ruthless when it comes to how you engage, because if you're not ruthless, then they will drag you through the courts. Mind you, the issue isn't about his ruthlessness. Well, actually it is. But the issue here is that if you believe your child was in danger, why would you wait until now as opposed to try to extract your child from that situation where your child is in danger? This is the problem. All of these DDG supporters who have a lot to say, they cannot come up and defend their position.
And then she continues. Daryl has repeatedly threatened to file something to cause me additional harm. His papers are nothing more than ongoing abuse. So these papers that he filed in court in order to be able to contest what she put out to see his kid is what she considers abuse. Do y'all see how crazy this is?
Yes, it is abuse. What do you mean? Retaliatory filing can be abusive. Like, what do you mean? I'm so confused. This, to be fair, I don't know that he's like any legal expert or anything, but that's not on that, because welfare already extracted him from the home. Beach Boy, I mean, if you're not going to come up to explain yourself, I'm not going to engage with you in the chat.
That word is diluted. I'm telling you. I will address the truth about his allegations further if the court sets his request for hearing. I'm contractually obligated to be in Italy to film a movie. I have been and remain Halo's caretaker. Halo cannot be left in Daryl's care and or his mother's care. I do not pose a threat to our son or to myself. These allegations will be disproved at the time of the hearing. And then she talks about, she's like, Daryl is a professional YouTube and Twitch blogger and rapper. Whenever he wishes to cause upset and get clicks, he starts bad-mouthing me to his several million fans. Since the order were made, this online behavior has only escalated, and I've continued to receive death threats. A few examples of these angry, aggressive posts are attached as Exhibit 2. His fans constantly post pictures of our son, which they post themselves. They made that son popular. They haven't hit him. Like, this isn't a situation of Jay-Z and Beyonce's kids, and are surveilling our son and me. Our son is not a public figure. Well, he kind of is now, and his safety and well-being are of great concern. Just recently, Daryl's fan posted a video of Halo in a public park with my babysitter.
The men who believe women weaponize the court system suddenly don't believe the court system can be weaponized when she says it. Right. Thank you, Petty. These are the same men shouting that women weaponize the court system. The court system can be weaponized to attack men. Now they don't understand how the court system can be weaponized by men to attack women. They just don't. Oh my God, what do you mean weaponize the court system? Being abusive to the court system.
While I was in New Jersey working, claiming I'm a bad parent for working. This means that someone was watching our whereabouts and following Halo and my nanny in a park. Or what's more likely is that Halo is very popular. The kid's a meme. The baby's a meme. I don't know if she wants to hear this. This might it'd be screaming.
So this man, again, this man is such an idiot, by the way. He's ignoring the fact that she's saying, Halle, in her filing, in her response, is saying someone took a picture of her and sent her location and the baby's location to DDG. And he's like, oh my God, no. It could just be everyone. People are, this is a famous baby, blah, blah, blah. No, you didn't read and you're not engaging with what is being reported in the filing. And yes, this is his daddy hand making him a meme.
Reaching nails on a chalkboard for her ears. Your kid is a meme. I saw the meme 50 times before I even knew DDG, who Halo was. I was like, oh, that's DDG.
Sir, you are crying and whining all up in the chat box. You are crying and whining and twerking in the chat box, and I've sent this link to you. This link is for Beach Boy, who seemed to be on something, tweaking out in the chat. If you have something that you want to say to the audience, you can come click that link and say it. I don't like people typing as a way to attack in the chat because I don't know if you're a bot. Because DDG might be sending out bots, because ain't no reasonable sane human being about to be out here defending DDG. So I think you're a bot. So it's hard to be responsive to you unless you come up here and explain to me why you're crashing out. I don't know why you're crashing out in the chat. Your boy lost. It is what it is. Halle is over there in Italy with her child. And I mean, sucks to suck. DDG get to work. Then come ask the question, sir. Come up here and ask your question. Because I have questions for you. Oh my God, DDG is a good father. He is a great father. He raised me. I ain't got no daddy. I ain't got no daddy around when I was growing up. That's why I'm wild and I don't give a... Y'all think... Hey, guys, just crashing. Just crashing. Oh, Evan says, he's like, I would give anything to have a father like DDG. My daddy wasn't around. You must be happy to have a daddy. At least you had a daddy. I ain't got no daddy. I don't know what accent that was, Beach Boy. I don't know what accent that was, but come up here and let's hear your real accent.
DDG's kid? Yeah, your kid's a meme. It's kind of like Charlie bit my finger. If somebody saw this is really showing how long ago we go back. But if somebody sees Halo, they'll be like, oh, that's the kid from the meme, or that's DD, and she is incredibly famous. DDG is really famous. So what's the likelihood that they know what Halo looks like out in public? So they're just going to take a photo or a video. But here she's like, no, they're actually surveilling and posting and all of this. Like, come on, man. And then she goes on to say, Daryl has used the last 3 weeks since the orders were made to only increase his online campaign against me. He live streams 24/7. You know, he's getting after it. He hasn't gotten this lit for no reason. He's not giving it up right now. He's got to work his behind off.
So how are you going to take care of it? So you are agreeing that he has to film and work all these hours. Apparently DDG taking care of the whole family, so the whole tribe has to like defend DDG because that's their cash cow, allegedly. But you're saying he has to work and stream 24/7. How he gonna father? how is he gonna how you filing for sole custody when you have to work? A period. Because that makes it, mind you, Halle already told us that DDG don't take care of the child. When DDG takes their child, he just hands it off to the... So he can exploit his child. So he just there to exploit the child. Put that child to work. Beach boy. Put that child to work. Beach boy, I am so sorry. I am so sorry for everything you went through as a child. It looked like as a child you were going Beach boy, I am so sorry. Let me be the first to tell you. Let me be the let me be the first to tell you that you should not have had to labor that much as a child. There is no reason for you to have to go through any of that. Listen on a delay. What you said about the mismanagement of the Bailey sisters' career and the other prominent Black women and girls need to seriously be addressed. There's a pattern of self-inflict. Yeah. I appreciate you, and by the time you catch up, you will hear this too. Kimberly Nicole Foster, known feminist online that I adore. She is the one who did a streamer video a couple days ago that really investigated. Well, she didn't really investigate, but she really thought engage with this somewhat. So I guess not really engage and then say somewhat is nasty work, but she was talking about it.
In addition, I've received threats from his friends and family. This has caused me tremendous emotional distress and fear. During this time, I have tried through my attorney to arrange monitored visits with our son. She said this earlier, and he's ignored my attempts. Yeah, he's not going to talk to her at all. He shouldn't be talking to her at all. That's probably what his counsel is telling him as well. And then this just talks about how she needs to be on set in Italy from June 7th to August 4th. So that is a day or two. And this is my...
How did I miss this? Y'all heard this man trying to do math. Let me go back so y'all can hear this man trying to do math. I'm going to tell you what he said, but I'm going to repeat it. This man said from June 7th to August 4th, that's like a day or two. That's sorry, you got...
And then this just talks about how she needs to be on set in Italy from June 7th to August 4th. So that is a day or two. And this is my source of income. Set in Italy from June 7th to August 4th. So that is a day or two. And this...
He didn't say that's in a day or two. This happened. This was done yesterday. He made this video yesterday. So if on the 6th he's like, this if on the 6th he says tomorrow is in a day or two, that's still wild. if on the 6th he's yeah, I know y'all trying to defend this man, but even if he's saying tomorrow, if he says they're leaving tomorrow, and he says tomorrow is what? In a day or two. It's wild. But that's not what he said. He said they're going to be there from June 7th to August 4th, and that's like a day or two. That's what I hear. That's what I heard. That is what I heard.
This is my source of income on which Halo and I rely to pay all bills. Daryl has not contributed any regular support since Halo was born. What does regular support mean? Define that. It's not...
All right, so he didn't do the initial filing. He did not read the initial filing. To be up there saying, what does not providing regular financial support meant he did not read the initial filing, where she's outlining that he does not contribute, and he did it once when he was asked. But every time she asks, he doesn't do it. So like he didn't read it. Did you just call?
Not any support. It's not that he hasn't paid for anything. It's regular support. I will be held liable for damages to this film if I'm not there, which I believe would be a breach.
Yes, if you're a parent, you're expected to provide regular support. What do you mean? Wait, like he's upset that she's mad he's not providing. Wait, what do you mean? Do you think you get to dip in and out of your child's life and just support when you feel like supporting and not when the child needs it? All his life, Beach Boy had to fight. It looks like it. I feel so bad for Beach Boy. Beach Boy just out here like, girl, I am tired. Beach Boy mad his daddy left and is looking at ABC to replace him. To be fair, a lot of these men didn't have fathers in their life. And so they think any father is better than no father. So the fact that this man grandstanding out here, dragging the mother, talking about how the mother wanted an abortion for the child to grow up and see that. That's key. That is love in their mind, because at least he is pretending to want to be there. I mean, imagine Halle being one of them dusty baby daddies and just be like, here, take your child, and just leave. Like, all right, I'm gonna start a new life. Bye. I hope she would never do that. And anyone who suggests someone should do that is terrible.
Breach of my contract. I cannot leave Halo with Daryl, as Daryl will be out of town a majority of those months. Let's see what happens these months and see if DDG's gone. Halo is also a protected person by the court's temporary restraining order. And then, what did I tell you guys? She uses the instance against him. On Saturday, May 31st, 2025, Daryl and his brother, Dub, were recorded on TikTok being involved in a fist fight with another man. I will bring this video to court. Don't worry, Halle. We already got the video. Daryl and the people around him are aggressive and angry, which leads me to believe this is not a safe environment for Halo. What did I tell you guys?
DDG brother got in a whole fight, and Halle was like, girl, yeah, they're aggressive and angry. And what about it? I don't know why y'all mad. She said what she said. I don't understand. I don't understand why y'all mad. She said, I don't want my child around these aggressive and angry people. Girl, they mad. They're period. Period. And the court said understood. The court said understood, period.
As you guys are like talking about, like, nah, man, you know, this is DDG didn't do anything. They're not going to weaponize this to make him look like a violent individual. Okay. Moreover, Daryl plans to be in Houston, Hawaii, Atlanta, and Paris streaming 24/7 during the month of June, according to his own online posts. When he
Look how insane this is. So Daryl is going to be in Houston, Hawaii, Atlanta, and Paris during the month of June. In 1 month, you're going to be traveling everywhere. And what are you going to do with that child? Wait, what are you going to do with that child? Well, how are you filing for it? I'm sure the judge looked at this and just almost ripped up Daryl's filing. It's like, go get out of my face. Get out of my face.
When he has had custody in the past, he has left Halo with his mother. And then she starts to post some exhibits. And these exhibits are just, I almost fell out of my chair reading these. I was like, this is it? Really? That's the best you got? I would say that Drake was able to pull some better exhibits. One of the exhibits is from what seems like an Indian troll account that says, LMAO, no, it's not. We plan to drive Halle absolutely crazy to the point she either causes harm to herself or gives the baby back to DDG. Now, this isn't the craziest.
She said, Halle is providing evidence that there are people online attacking her. And the tweet he's showing to say it's not that serious is some man tweeting, we plan to drive Halle absolutely crazy to the point she either unalive herself or give the baby back to DDG. This is what is happening online. And he's saying, oh, these aren't as important, they're not as useful as Halle is claiming them to be. Well, again, thankfully, sir, you were not the judge. Thankfully, sir, you are not the judge, and online harassment is harassment, and DDG is pointing his audience in the direction of Halle to drag her. So at least the court understood what this is, even if you didn't.
Thing in the world. It is a little bit crazy, and you can see the post has been deleted here as well.
It's a little bit crazy. That's a little bit crazy to you. Just a tinsy-wincy bit.
Oh, and then another person saying, free Halo B. Okay, that's that bad. Let DDG see
No, you idiot. She's showing a compounding effect. She's showing all of these people attacking her. She's taking as many screenshots as she can, and she's filing with the court. What do you mean?
His son. Let him see his son. This is getting sad. DDG may be an ass, but we know he's a good dad. See, even these guys are going in on DDG.
Oh, so where's Beach Boy Dolphin Whale person who is in the chat? Even DDG own followers are saying he's a trash person.
Don't take that away from Halo. Yeah. Let him see his baby, yo. Let DDG see his son. Our out partying, but couldn't let him have his son for one night while in the same city. Evil. Ursula, free Halo. And then it's another meme. One day Halo will understand the damage she has done to his childhood. Free Halo. They didn't even mention her name in this. It's been a month since DDG saw his son. Let him see his son in peace. You loser, MFET looking a-ho. DDG Beta, Avatar Eyes. Congrats, Halle. Yo, this has got to sound crazy because his fans are taking aim at her appearance and they're roasting the hell out of her. And as we will see later on in the initial documents that DDG filed, which were just denied, she talks about how insecure she was in comparison to Ruby Rose, which, yeah, makes perfect sense. You're a horrible person for not letting Daryl see Halo while you were partying in New York and then taking him with you to a different country right after. It's been a month since he saw his son. Put your hatred for him aside and become a better person. That's it. And then one of the videos is them filming Halo with a babysitter out in public, which has happened to every Kardashian kid. It's like, what the hell? This has happened far worse to North. And yeah, DDG's fried. Unfortunately, she's going to take that kid, and he has not seen him for the summer. So it's going to be a lit summer for DDG and all the DDG fans. What does he call you guys? Either way, let's get back to the initial response by DDG, which is like, yo, this is 60 plus pages. So we're going to go over that and talk about how Halle is because people seem to be surprised by this. It is the least surprising thing to me that she's a crazy nutcase. It's just the degree of nutcase that she ended up being is.
So we just gonna ignore the fact that she got the protective order. We're just gonna ignore that fact.
What has me like a little bit perturbed. So he requested what it says right here, urgent time-sensitive relief to protect the welfare of his children, Halo. So they introduce it here. He says petitioner is in reference to Halle Bailey, demonstrated a persistent pattern of psychological instability and self-deletion behavior. So we're going to just skip right to the exhibits and go to the text. So this is 2023, June 17th. She talks about that's not right. I have to go. I've been so nice. I've been calm. I've not broken your property or anything. I have to go. I'm pregnant and you're trying to cause me more stress for no reason. I said this morning respectfully, I'm not arguing with you anymore. You want to be petty? You can be petty yourself. Stop blocking me. Okay, I gave you a chance. You've ruined my whole day. I have to work. Your computer is broken now. Goodbye. So she just broke the dude's computer. Chick's a nut. Hey, so I'm going to stop calling now. You've cheated on me. I literally caught you with another girl last night and today you've stolen my car.
Okay, this is kind of silly, but when she said your computer is broken now, bye, this could mean, and the fact that this person just interpreted this as she broke the computer, not her responding to something saying, okay, so now your computer broken, is very strange. It's very strange that he's like obviously he's not very charitable in anything that he does, but he's also he's dumb, but like, I just don't fully understand how someone can like make a video and not like engage their reasoning skills.
While I'm pregnant, I can't do this anymore. I tried to call you to tell you I'm going to go to doctor. I'm leaving work now. I'm tired and I tried. Please don't try and say I didn't tell you when I'm blowing up your phone. I can do this if this is how it's going to be. If I want to be free. I wish you the best in everything that you do in the future. And then he says, how come you can take my things and I can't take yours? Now, DDG's biggest problem, he's trying to do this fair thing. Listen, DDG, there is no fair. The only thing you can do is forget about that kid and say F her and F that kid respectfully. I'm not saying you should do that, but that is the only quote unquote.
No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. And that's probably the best advice you've given thus far. Tell DDG to leave that girl alone. That's the best idea. Where's that beach person? That beach person left. Baby Beach or whatever your name is, where are you? I late summer because he'd been being tragically taken away from his son. Doesn't add up. Dumb baby mama stole his son. Let's get drunk and find ladies. Yeah, that's apparently he gonna have a late summer. She said right here, boom. Not you being gay in the chat. Here, come up here so we can talk. You said some things in the chat that I wanted to discuss.
Power move that DDG has. And you'll probably get put on child support because that's the last thing that she can really do at that point. But it's really to pull in Anthony Edwards because they're just left perplexed. When somebody like Anthony Edwards is like, yo, F you, F that kid, I don't want to have anything to do with it. You want money? Okay, say less. Oh, how much can I pay this upfront? Let me throw that up front and let's try to make history here. And I never want to see you or that kid. It just leaves them shocked. Like their jaw just drops. Like, wait, hold on, what?
I feel like if he did this, Halle would be very happy. I think the thing is, Halle is back focusing on her career, right? And I think Halle would be really, really excited. You don't have to show your face. I don't have that as a policy. You don't have to show your face. You can just click the link and come up and explain yourself. Actually, you don't even have to. I look just like Halo. Show my face for what?
I'm powerless. That's really the only move left to play. Just give me my laptop back and I'll happily give you your car keys. I'll bring you your keys when you get home. Just let me know when home. I'm home. Take me to dinner. We need to have a civil... This is crazy. She's demanding a date out of this dude. Take me to dinner. What? How about you step outside and then you just handle the exchange? She's acting like this is a TV show. I'm not doing back and forth with you anymore. If you go and actually listen to me, I will.
Okay, so you this is the part that I don't understand. He's mad that she's like, take me to dinner so we can talk. And the DDG response is, if you listen to me, I will. But you have no engagement. Let's say this woman is like wrong and all of that. But him saying, oh, if you listen to me, I will. You're not going to engage with that. You're not going to engage with DDG having a fake AI voice of his baby's mother and arguing with that fake AI voice. Like, you're not going to engage with any, you're not going to engage with any of that.
I'm not listening to you demean or insult me anymore, so don't even try it. I'm hurt by you enough. If you're not going to be gentle with me when I'm going through this hard time, then we don't need to talk. So he's got another exhibit. And this...
Okay, so she told him she was going through a hard time. And instead of being there for her, he is just there like dragging. So like, I don't understand. Like, even reading the text messages, which by the way, the text messages do not make Halle look good. The text messages seem like Halle is crying out for help. It's that much is clear to me. But what it shows on DDG part is a terrible, terrible, terrible boyfriend who the way the messages are set up, it looks like unless Halle was talking to herself, something else is happening that we are not seeing. With something else is happening. And this makes, to me, the messages make DDG look just like a terrible person. This is just my observation. Like, if I'm reading these text messages and I'm like, so you're just there just like attacking this woman, just making her feel crap, destroying her self-esteem. You understand that she's going through something traumatic. She's going through whatever she's going through personally, because I don't want to put anything on anyone. And instead of understanding it, you're weaponizing it against her and you're dragging her and you're making, like, you are engaging this way. And it is weird because I feel like people see the messages and they don't really engage with the way that DDG is engaging antagonistically with Halle. Like, it feels so obvious to me that he's like just a trash person in those messages. Obviously, add to that he is like having fake AI conversations, pretty much essentially out here saying he's jealous of Halle, trying to tank her career, dragging her, publicly shaming her, embarrassing her. Like all of his public action in relation to Halle is very clear to us that he's trash. But somehow they want us to believe that behind the closed doors, he's just a good, kind, sweet person. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
This is a transcript. I don't know if this is from a video or an audio, but yeah, he's like, keep hitting me. And then she's like, you stupid B, keep hitting me. You a stupid B, keep hitting me. Cheating A. So yeah, dirty D. So she just keeps talking about him, and she's like, get out of my car. And then he says, yeah, you got F. So he talks about her. Apparently she's getting cracked. She's getting smashed. Allegedly, according to this. But yeah, this is just a transcript. And then DDG shows some like bruises and cuts. DDG is a little bit too late for this, especially now. Hindsight is 2020, of course. But you got to go through at this moment and pretend like you're a punk that's terrified of a Disney star. That's really it. And then we go back to.
You got to go through and pretend like you're a punk that is afraid of a Disney star. So even in his assessment, I'm not saying this is true. Like, let's say, let me not say that. When you say go through and pretend like you're a punk, what you're saying is that you don't actually believe him. What you're saying is that you don't actually believe that he was afraid of Halle, sorry. Stop being biased, babe. Now you're leading fully into this homosexual thing. Stop being biased, babe. You know that girl is crazy. I am not going to respond to you until you hit the link. I made this live stream just for men like you. Like literally, this live stream is the way I titled it. All I did, everything I did was for you. Everything I did was for you. So come up and talk.
2022, March 10th. So she is not pregnant at this point in time. She says no to this tweet. Now, what's wrong with it? Donald, of all people, let's not. LMAO. And I think this is like something to do with Trump. He's like, it's not that deep. It is, though. Donald is a racist man who doesn't care about us. Why would you leave? I'm done with the threats. And this is 5 hours later. So between her talking about, so she was probably yapping about Trump for hours to this guy. And he's just like, yo, I've had enough about this. And he just got up and left. The only thing.
Of course, he was tired of hearing about Trump. Like, of course he was. Okay. Period. The part of the thing that I did like about something that I read here is that it seems like Halle is also politically aware, where DDG just don't care nothing about politics. Which, I mean, again, this could have been avoided. This could have. I feel like Halle, girl, this could have been avoided. Like, this is why you don't date down in my book. This is why, as women, you can't just be dating down. One of the first things you need to do when you engage with people is ask them about politics, maybe, because ain't nobody got time for none of this. Hey, how are you? Oh. I like a cutesy picture. You better send me a cutesy picture.
He can do. I mean, he's not going to go upside her head. Otherwise, this would have been a lot worse than it is currently. And he just sent out a tweet. So you can clearly tell that she wants complete control and utter domination. And she wants to mold DDG into not just being subservient, but being what she wants him to be. And she says, stop being this way. And there's some audio. We need to listen to those audio messages. Who can get those? We need those. It's a rhetorical question, but we do need those. She says, answer the effing phone. I'm going to try one more time. If you don't answer, it's over forever. I'm not playing, Daryl.
Would you have a baby with Halle? I don't think there is a response to that, Beach Boy. I'm pretty sure Halle don't want none of us in this chat. I'm pretty sure Halle don't. I'm pretty sure Halle learned her lesson. I'm pretty sure Halle learned her lesson about dating down. I would hope Halle learned her lesson about dating down economically. Well, I guess not economically, just like in terms of notoriety, fame, all of that.
That's it. So here she's trying to assert power and say, like, hey, look, I'm going to take this relationship away from you. You're not going to be allowed to be with me if you don't comply with my demands. Textbook manipulation. And DDG says, I just want to be left alone, please. And this is where it shifts. So she goes from, hey, if you don't answer this or else, I'm going to take this away from you. And he basically, I don't really care about that you care to take away from me. And she realizes this. And what is her response?
Yo, I think this Beach Boy is this, whoever this creator is, this might be Beach Boy. I think that's probably what is happening.
I'm calling for help. I have a knife. So now she's the victim. She's like, oh no, you have to save me. So she goes from aggressive, I'm going to take this away from you, you better answer me, to victim, please help me, I'm a damsel in distress right now. This is, man. I would wish her on my worst enemies. I'm calling for help. I have a knife. I'm calling for help, but you don't care, do you? Okay. And then DDG actually addresses this, which really he should have just kept it is what it is, because this is before she even had a kid. This is before she was even pregnant. Yeah, this is 2022, March. I called because I needed help, but you've shown time and time again that you just don't care, and that's okay. Whatever I decide to do is none of your concern. Just leave me in peace. Do you see the separation between when she was demanding, and this is not even an hour in between, when she was demanding his time and saying, yo, you better answer me or else, and then shifting now to like this level of manipulation and emotional roller coaster. I know some of y'all like this. That's the crazy thing. I know some of y'all like this. And
DDG liked it. Don't say some of y'all. Where is this? Oh, that's another man in the chat. I don't understand where all these men. I know why you're here. I set the trap for you to be here. And the fact that it works, period, I know, man. But the issue that I'm having is I did not expect y'all to be this weak, to be here and not be able to come up. I did all of this work to get you all here so y'all can come up. And y'all are here, but y'all don't want to come up. This is where men get a voice. Today I'm on my bell Hooksian. Today I'm on my bell Hooksian arc. Today is my bell Hooksian arc. And I'm trying to give men the space. I'm trying to give men the space to talk. Bell hooks has changed my life.
I wish this on you and all of the repercussions that come with it. I came there to check on you. For you to act like you're going to hurt yourself to make me feel some type of way is manipulative and selfish. I never thought you would do nothing like that. And here's DDG in shock. I never thought you would leave either. Guess I didn't know you at all. And nobody's acting like anything. Whatever I decide to do is my decision. Don't feel sad either. It's cool. You literally told me to leave. This push and pull ish you keep doing is
Mistrix Monica, thank you so much for being a member for 39 months. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. The thing is, they say men give life, so they can definitely try. they can try. Just keep trying. Maybe one day you'll be impregnated. I don't know.
childish. You keep threatening to leave me alone and saying you can F with somebody else. I'm not sticking around for that. And then this is months later. We've got another exhibit. The problem is this girl met.
You create biased content to rage bait men for content. She literally wanted to stab herself with a knife. What the F could DDG do? Come up and I'll explain it. Come up and I'll explain it. Come up and I will explain what a father should do when the mother of the child is violent towards herself and the child. Come up and I will explain to you what the father's obligation to the child is when the mother is ill-equipped to handle the child or is threatening to harm a child. Come up and I'll tell you what he should do. I'll tell you what he should do. In those cases where mothers want to harm children, I can tell you what a father should do. I can. Come up and I'll tell you. That's why this is why it's not rage baiting men. I need to talk to men so I can tell you all what you should do when the mother of your child is going to harm themselves or the child. I can tell you what to do.
Her match with DDG. This isn't DDG's first piece of cat. This isn't DDG's first girlfriend. This isn't DDG's first time around the rodeo. DDG's been lit, been had chicks for years. He's probably gone through this and actually invested in things like this in the past, and he realized where it leads, and then he just picked up on the patterns. He's like, okay, this is manipulation. So by the time Halle Bailey comes around with her amateur manipulation tactics, he's like, yo, this isn't going to work on me. Not to mention, DDG, it's not as if her appearance is so shockingly and
this is what you wanted all along. Rage bait men for free content. Let DDG say he wanted to off himself with a knife. You would say he is a health hazard for Halo. Actually, I would say he needs help. I would say, and I have said, the men who talk about unaliving themselves are people who need help. What do you mean? I have. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand why this is rage bait for you. That's the part that is interesting to me. I don't understand how this is rage bait for you. Why are you enraged? Halle sounds borderline, no judging observation. I'm not going to agree or disagree or engage with this because I don't want to diagnose people, but she does sound like she needs help. And she said she was getting help. I mean, I've been dropping the link for them. They're not coming up because all they want to do is cry. They came over here thinking their ego was going to be soothed. They can... Let me tell you why they're mad. Let me tell you why they're mad. They came over here thinking we were on one accord, that we were in solidarity, men sticking together, and then they're like, there's a shock to their system. They're like, oh my God, you're rage baiting. We thought you were gonna drag. We thought you were gonna drag. Purpose of this message of men who have deal with manipulation and threats of harm for control. No, I am not, but I don't want to talk to you down in the, what do you call it, in the chat box. I want to give men a voice. I told you that I read Bell Hooks, and we talked about Bell Hooks last night, and Bell Hooks said that we should give men voice because when men are able to talk, we tell the truth. And we haven't created a safe space for men to speak their truth. And I'm creating a safe space for men to speak their truth. Come speak your truth, King. come speak your truth, King. DVD probably fabricated some of these things just like that AI generated called DVD. Yeah. That's my feeling, that's my thought.
stunningly beautiful that it pales in comparison to anything else DDG has ever had. So really the only thing that she has that others didn't is maybe like fame and prestige to a certain degree. And I think DDG genuinely liked her and probably thought she had a good character. So that's why he decided to commit to her, because DDG could have had any other number of bad chicks. So when she starts acting like this, and he's like, hold on, you're acting as crazy or crazier than other chicks that I've had in the past that are way finer than you. Why am I dealing with it?
So the idiot, men, please know that you don't have to deal with a woman who is a terrible person because she is fine. Because this content creator is saying that women who are beautiful, there is a higher tolerance for abuse and mistreatment from women when they're beautiful. And if that's the case, I'm sorry that you feel that way, that you have to deal with terrible people. Is that good, Ozel, or whatever your name is? That good? Did you learn something? You feel good. Men are centered and there's care. You feel good. I do believe that, though. Men should not be with bad women, as a general statement.
With this. And this is before they had a kid, too. And I would ask him the same question. And she says, Bet, I'm going to call you one more time. And this is months later. So this is August 23rd. And he says, phone is on airplane mode. I'm not letting you ruin my day over this BS. The trust issues are becoming overwhelming. Maybe that's for the best. I put in too much time and effort into making you happy to have to deal with this BS every other day. And in your eyes, you're never wrong. It's frustrating and I'm over it. I'm no longer entertaining this argument. I need to work on becoming more successful like Jay-Z, like you said. Yo, this is hilarious. Then maybe you'll take my vision of becoming a big label owner serious instead of ishing on my dreams every second you get. So DDG, back in 2022, he was heavy on the music stuff. This is coming off of Moonwalking in Calabasas, and he's talking about being a label owner. This is why I respect the dreams that DDG has, and I respect the fact that he never told us about this dream because we would have been clowning it. 2025, man, I also think that his dreams have shifted now. Instead of owning a record label, he's just looking to be like the biggest streamer. He's trying to rival Kai Cenat. But yeah, her making fun of him and comparing him to Jay-Z, I think responding to this showed that this really cut deep. And, how are you going to use Jay-Z? This is just sucker behavior by her. And he also like fell into it a little bit. He's like, you don't want to be with me? That's okay. I'll never beg anyone. I will be successful. I don't need
A period. A period. He said, I'm going to be like Jay-Z and blah, blah, blah. Jay-Z, Jay-Z, Jay-Z. Anyway, good for him. Oh, I need to check my email. I'm sure Jay-Z up there thinking, girl, well, how I get in it? Jay-Z probably like, girl, how I get Jay-Z probably like, girl.
to be with someone who's going to demean me. You like that I'm insecure. It makes you feel good about yourself. I'm not doing this anymore. Keep your phone on airplane mode. But when I die, don't say ish. You see? She's demanding, and then she switches to victim.
I don't know if you are saying this, but I do find it weird that the people who are claiming to care for the child and love DDG, for them to be up here talking about Halle look like an alien, but like Halle and the child look exactly alike. They look exactly alike. And to be fair, Halle do look like the extraterrestrial. I've said this before. Halle and what's her name? Will Smith's daughter. What's Will Smith's daughter? Willow. Halle and Willow look like they look otherworldly. They do look ethereal. Ethereal is the word. Thank you. They do look not ET. I was about to. I was okay, the way that I was about to say. Anyway, ethereal was the word I was going for, and it makes them able to stand beside the most beautiful people on earth and still look just like, because their beauty is just so different, right? Like it's very striking and like separate than what we see every day. I think it's amazing. I think it is great. So the people are calling her looking like an alien. I say that and I agree, but in a different way. I don't say alien, I say ethereal, but I understand what they're saying. Was in 2023 our years of letting them speak. The only words they knew were submit, helpmate, and alpha and high value. Yeah, that is exactly. Tyra Banks also. Yes. Tyra Banks a lot less, but yes, Tyra Banks also. But Halle, I think it's her wide set eyes for her. I don't know why Willow also look that way, but I don't know how to explain it. It's actually really beautiful to me. Not to me. When I say to me, it limits the beauty. It's a really beautiful thing. No, SZA not. No. SZA is just a baddie like every other baddie. Ain't nobody. No.
Don't come to my funeral or anything. F you. Be happy that these are the last texts you get from me. Crazy how the one person I thought I could trust and be there for me constantly proves me wrong. You are wrong. You know that emotionally I struggle and have a hard time. Yet when I'm obviously going through something, you ignore me until I go crazy. You throw in my face my insecurities and laugh about it. You put your opponent on. She just yaps and yaps and yaps. I'm really not reading all this. She just yaps. She's talking about him going back to the chicks, go back to smashing. Thoughts? And then I will go, yeah, she's like,
Beach King, here's the thing. I know that wherever part of the internet you climbed out of, that there is this thing where like your attraction and connection that you have developed in your mind with another man is seen as gay, and therefore you have to like overcompensate. It is okay to like a man and not like them sexually, and you don't have to play it off. You don't have to play it off as if you're like playing up homosexuality. You can actually, men tend to like men. Men do type. Men like men. And it doesn't mean you're gay. You can just be like, you know what? I don't agree with him, but I do like him, and that's okay. That's okay. You don't gotta play it off, because when you start playing with it, it starts feeling like it's more. He said he is not reading all that while he is reading all of that. Exactly. Oh, you've been a member for 7 months. Thank you. I read this. Thank you. Thank you. Hurry up and eat.
everyone hates me except Poseidon, which seems to be a dog. Or I thought she was just talking some Ariel Little Mermaid stuff, but she's talking about some dog or pet that they have. It's like, the pets definitely love you. What a mental illness. I will go and fly and be fine in heaven without any of this, without any of you rude people making me feel bad about myself. And you can show these texts to whoever you want. Laugh about it now. Goodbye. He's like, yo, I was in the shower. If you want to talk, you could talk to me in person instead of eating food without me. And I never eat without making sure you eat first. Okay, I'm leaving. The doors are locked. You can come get Poseidon and your laptop and stuff tomorrow. He's talking about the dog. That's where I found out that this was a dog. I'm going to go.
Okay, so you are taking a shower. Someone is messaging you continuously. You come out and you realize that they are obsessively texting, and you were in the shower, which is why you didn't respond. Then you go dismiss them. I'm trying to understand his mental state here. They're texting you, they couldn't reach you, they were worried, obsessive, controlling, whatever they were, and you're just going to dismissively say, I was in the shower, go come get your stuff, I don't care. Like, what? Yeah. These men trash, girl. I promise you, these men trash. Because ain't nobody got time to sit here and not engage with the fact that DDG is just like that. Girl, I'm projecting slightly. Like, I can't imagine doing that to someone. If you are hurt and I am the cause of your hurt, and I can just apologize for the thing that I did that hurt you, or explain myself, or talk to you, or calm you down, like, why would you not do that? Like, why would you then add to it and then talk about, come get your stuff? I don't care. Oh, what's wrong with this YouTuber? Probably XY. Probably the XY that's wrong with him. I'm joking, obviously, but what's wrong with him is that probably that.
Go home. I want to resolve it so I can get some sleep. Please. You don't ever have to talk to me again. I'm just she's just going back and forth. This chick's a nut. And he says, please stop taking it to this extreme. Also, drama queen. I tried begging my only friend to help me. I'm still communicating with you. I don't want to do this anymore. That's why I said we need to take time apart. So here's DDG. He's not trying to hold on to this. He's not trying to cling on to this. He's like, hey, I think it's healthier if we just separate, we go our own ways. And he talks about how this relationship was on and off for the period of time where we as a public thought that they were together. And you know damn well that the only reason that her image stayed so clean while this was all going on is because DDG decided to hold all this back and not talk about it. Otherwise, people would have been found out. It's easy to find out when stuff like this is going on. He could have leaked it to somebody.
That's not why. These men, I don't know why. There is this like wanting you to be obsessed and them feeling good about it. And so they'll trigger you to be that way. That's kind of how men have explained the engagement with women. Dude, look how obsessed she is. Like, watch me not respond and watch what she's going to do. And like, those kinds of games are just kind of weird. But let's be very clear. Regardless of what you think about her, he was an active participant in it. Like, if you read those messages and you're like, oh, she's whatever you want to say she is, he's actively participating. You don't get to hide him being actively engaged with this person. This person you think is quote unquote crazy. I hate that word. But you think this person is crazy. This person acted this way. Y'all said this is not postpartum. This is not none of that. She was acting this way before the child. And then you had a child with her. And then you had a child with her. And y'all sitting up there talking about, oh, no, you knew. In the way that I just talked about, Halle knew who DDG was. If y'all think these texts mean that she's quote unquote crazy, your words, not mine, why would you then impregnate her? All right, girl.
Somebody, you never know. He's like, yeah, you causing me pain. This night says you're sick. Okay, block me. I'm done texting. Do what you got to do. And he's like, I would. You just tripping, keep threatening to kill my unborn son. You're weird. I wouldn't feel safe having a child with you at this point. Stop being fake happy to be a mom. This is, I believe, when she found out that she was pregnant. So this is 2023. So those texts, when she's a complete nutcase from 2022, she's not pregnant. Because, the crazy thing that I keep reading, and this is where you guys got to get this through your skulls too. There are guys like this too. If a guy or a girl is so into this that they believe Halle's a victim, there is nothing that you can say, no amount of proof that you can show that will change their mind, really, if they're completely on her side. Same thing with DDG. And you can show DDG beating on her, they'll probably be like, well, she, especially streaming audience, they're probably, man, she was tripping on him. Like, what did you expect him to do? But in the beginning, people were saying, it's postpartum. The amount of times that I've seen them use this as postpartum depression, like he just made her so stressed that she just had a baby, blah, blah. Okay, well, she didn't have the baby at that time. Well, there's this thing called perinatal. The first time I've ever heard of it. There's this thing called perinatal depression, and that's why she's reacting like this right now. She's
victim blaming Didi. Period. The court said DDG the victim. Is that what the court said, or are you just saying that? What the court said? What did the court say? What did the court say about DDG? Because you must have read something I didn't read. Yeah. Oh, Ozil. You must have read something I ain't read.
Or she's right now she's pregnant and perinatal depression, so he should be treating her more softly. Treating her softly means answering her every demand, being at her beck and call. It means you're a butler, like a butler or a serf or a peasant. It's like Game of Thrones, and they're calling you and you're showing up and you're in these dirty clothes and you're rubbing their feet and you're doing whatever they want. And then when you show them text where it's not perinatal depression, quote unquote.
Wait, who is timing you out? Y'all stop timing out the mans. Let the mans roam. Ignore the mans and let the mans ignore. Please ignore the mans and let them roam. They're looking for new. They're looking. They're looking for a soft place to rest their heads. Y'all stop beating these men over their heads and let them roam. Let them roam. I'm enjoying the degeneracy. Wait, someone said also. I don't believe y'all. Who y'all telling me Ozil is? Right, Ozil said, reminding them that this is a safe space. It gonna stop being safe if one of y'all don't jump up here before I leave. I have like 30 minutes left. And none of y'all came up. Like Ozil said, I want to turn y'all into content. I mean, I want to have a respectful conversation with y'all. Might be safe, but I'm not.
or postpartum depression, quote unquote, they either freeze up or they're like, well, you know, like he manipulated her to tear down her self-esteem so that she would behave this way. Yo. So what, and then you just really got to ask, well, in what scenario would you consider her a manipulative, crazy nutcase? And then that's where you get your answer, which is no answer. And then she goes on. So this is June 20.
I told you all that I'm in my bell hooksian era. Y'all don't believe me. For the next week, only 1 week, 1 week, 1 week only. For 1 week and 1 week only, I will be in my bell hooksian era. I will let men speak, and I will only ask very simple questions. Because Bell Hooks said men can't read. Bell Hooks said Bell Hooks said we can't read. Bell Hooks said the reason we have not been transformative as a society and men have not been transformed into better men is because we decided to write things down in books instead of performing it for them. So, yeah. That's a direct quote almost.
Where he talked.
No. I'm going to try to go live all of next week. Why? I don't know. I'm going to, because I like going live now. I've stopped going on TikTok because I got annoyed. But I might go on TikTok. So instead of going on TikTok, I go here. This is no safe space. Themis is luring men onto the panel in hopes they are uneducated to make black men. Why would a dumb, uneducated person come on this stream? So, wait, this is a wild comment. Jacob, come show them how it's done. Come show them. Wait. Wait. So you're saying these men don't know when they're dumb? Wait, Jacob, girl, what you mean? When you, Demons is not safe space. Demons is luring men onto the panel and who they are uneducated. They make black men look dumb. You want to know something? Beat for beat, that comment is exactly a message. Anyway, my Discord know about this. In some people's Discord. Yeah, giving the illusion of safe space using trigger words so that men come up from the dark so you can make them look dumb for free content. What do you mean free content? The content is free. Content is free.
Talks about killing his unborn son. And then March 21st, 2024, she goes on to say, weird. I've had enough. I don't want to talk to you ever again. Please don't contact me. If you contact me, please reach out to my sister or Shermay. You're the most horrible person. Talk about exchanging my son in a money deal for views, openly flirt and help every other woman in the world but me. You hate me, want me to die. I want to die because of you. It's your fault. Cry about it later, blah, blah, blah. He's like, why do you want me to sit on the phone, listen to you yell at me all day? You do this.
Mind you, they say white supremacy is using white women to trap them, and these men running into the arms of white women. But they think look here, young man. I truly believe that Themis is using this to speed date he hasn't found his match. Let me say that. You are right. Even if I were using this to speed date, I would not have found my match yet. I would. A period. A period.
This to me every day. He's like, I beg you for help. You know, I don't have anyone. She's got a sister, and she's clearly got this huge team that's unloading on DDG right now. You know, I'm actively wanting to self-delete and struggling. You know, I've been running to the doctor every day for help, and you still play in my face. I won't make it to my birthday because of you. Yo, this is also another thing. When has a chick that has consistently talked about wanting to, and especially a public figure, actually done it? This is the thing. If DDG was texting her like this,
you know what? I don't know if this is a white man pretending how you're trying to attempt a black accent, or if this is a black man trying to speak with a quote unquote. I was going to say a white accent, but that. Jacob says, do you identify the black man, Themis? I don't answer questions for men in the chat unless they come up. wait, sorry. The lowering of black men tail is almost I feel like I'm gonna cry and I don't want to cry. I feel like I'm gonna cry.
He might just pull out that Remington, that Ruger, that Desert Eagle, and really set it off, and then you're just gonna see it. You're gonna see the walls painted.
Jacob, how can I make the space safer for you? What can I promise I will do when you come up in terms of our engagement to make you feel safe and cuddled like you're in the bosom of the one who loves you? How can I make it safe? How can I make this safe for you? How can I make it safe for you? I can give you 1 margarita, 2 margarita, 3. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. What did you say? How do you respond to this? Da-dum, 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 dum, dum. Oh, you didn't respond. Let's make it. Identify as a black man and I'll come up. I am a black man. I have identified as a black man. I am a black man. Have you not seen me? Wait, do you think I can identify out of being a black man? Wait a minute. Can I identify out of being a black man? I didn't know that I had a choice. Jacob, this is true. I did not know. I did not. Here's the link. You're a man of your word. I believe you're a man of your word. You're trying to be clever. No. He won. I just want to see if he's a man of his word. How do I identify out of being black man? I didn't realize that was an option for me. I didn't realize that was an option for me. Because the way these stats are set up, I'm joking.
Painted behind him. If it was a guy, they probably would go through with it if they're talking about it. But in this case, man, she's not going through with this. We clearly see her right now still. She said, how could you go to Mexico and be with someone else? How could you openly talk ish about me to all your family and the women you want to sleep with? And you want to ruin me and you succeeded. I hope you're happy. I didn't make it. I tried. I can't do this anymore. Text after text. This hurts me to even read. It just hurts it's not that it hurt.
Wait, I'm blocking you. Kimmy getting blocked. Kimmy getting blocked. And there's no reason. Kimmy getting blocked. How do I block Kimmy? Moderator, moderators, please block Kimmy. Please block Kimmy. Please block Kimmy. Thank you. Put a jail on the screen.
Hurts me emotionally. I get secondhand stress from this. I'm like, thank God I never in life have I ever had to deal with anything like this. And I never will deal with anything like this. The problem with people is this springs up on them and then they decide to deal with it the first time. Nah, you got to nip it in the bud the first time. Oh, okay, this is a crazy person. Let me run away and make sure I never.
Actually, sir, unironically, he's right. If you believe that your child is in danger, man or woman, you should take steps right away to make sure that your young infant child is not kept in danger. Yes, agreed. we agree. So you didn't think your child was in danger, or you thought your child was in danger, but you didn't care. DDG. I'm assuming DDG is correct, and he believed his child was in danger. So you thought your child was in danger for a year at least, and you did nothing about it. That's wild. And that's neglect. That is child neglect. To believe, you know what? And this is important. We need to do hashtag DDG's a neglectful dad. Here's why. If you fundamentally believe that your child has been in danger and you did absolutely nothing to prevent your child from being in danger, you are neglectful. You cannot be a good father if you're this neglectful. For those people in the chat, make a better argument. The DDG twerkers, the DDG twerkers, make an argument against that, please. That he's a neglectful father and probably should be locked up for the child neglect. DDG should be locked away for child neglect.
Ever have any contact with them ever again. And she says, and any chance I had of having a good life and putting myself back together, and you continue to ignore us, me and your son, all alone. You don't care about us anymore. He's like, you want to self-delete because I tweeted Sexy Red a good rapper? This literally makes no sense. I will have to disagree with DDG on this one. Out of everything that I've read thus far, you calling Sexy Red a good rapper publicly is the only legitimate reason she has to do anything to herself. Realistically, I might do something to myself just reading that again. I remember he was tweeting that in the beginning of the year. And I ain't trying to hear that. Sexy Red, a good rapper? Come on now. So she said,
this man trying desperately to get into the black lingo, and it's very strange. It's very strange to hear whoever this is talking. Team is setting traps and mischievous laugh is diabolical. Got him. The men are scared to talk about it, but they fell for the trap, though. Yeah, girl. The men are in here strong. I actually didn't know it would work. I thought like it would work on like TikTok, but not on YouTube because YouTube only showed people who are interested in my content. But apparently, no, no. If you can make thumbnails for men and they'll show up. One thing men do that I think is important: men stay on code. Men stay on code. And they will watch to see if it's a friendly enough environment before they come up. They'll watch. Side with Halle only when it's to drag another woman. Yeah. That they hate more. Because apparently he hates Sexy Red more than he hates Halle. These strong alpha male leaders are just waiting for them to feel safe. They're waiting to feel safe.
Sends in audio. Everyone's against me. I can't. He's like, hurting yourself won't fix anything. This internet issue is irrelevant. It's fixed already. Stop thinking about that. Don't try to contact me again. You leave me hanging as a mother. I just found out you slept with Lala in Mexico. I guess this girl named Lala Baptiste. I'm going to self-delete. My son will not be around for it. I hate you. You can have.
Girl, the way Lala came out talking about how I did not sleep with DDG, and she had the glasses on too. She had the glasses on and everything. She had the glasses on and everything. Lala is like, I did not do it. DDG was just trying to help me grow my YouTube channel so we would hang out together, and DDG was just a gentleman. Meanwhile, DDG cheating on apparently DDG cheating and abusing women, but he's just a gentleman to you. All right, girl, period. Sure.
Have him and let her be his mom. Shoot. DDG was probably thinking, man, that doesn't sound like a half bad idea. But you know damn well you didn't want to say that. He's like, you smashed her inside of Mexico, knowing I was here taking care of our son. All right, that's her son. She gonna take care of him regardless. Knowing I was crying before you left. You selfish, disgusting person. You're evil. I'm giving your son. Then you're making stuff up. I don't want him to see this. Like, look at this. This is insane. And now this is the thing. People are talking about, DDG goes on to say, I'm genuinely scared of you, man. I feel like you're going to off me in my sleep one day. I'm not allowing you in my house around weapons. Please just go home. I'll pick Halo from there. DDG, I don't know if he was in the house.
You're in the house. Your baby mother is out there with your child, and you say, I am not going to let you in. You're having an episode. So just leave with my child, go home, and then I'll come over and get my child. I'm not going to let you. These men really sitting up here defending DDG. Welcoming all the men to come tell Big Daddy Themis all about the wayward women's. We will listen and judge. Yes. Well, except Big Daddy. Big Daddy is nasty work. Hurry up and eat. You play too much. You play Italy too much. The person reviewing this don't even believe DDG. Here's what he's going to say about DDG right now. Please listen.
House with the chick, and that's why she really, really wanted to get in there to get proof that he was smashing the chick and quote unquote cheating on her. We don't even know what constitutes cheating in this relationship, how many times they were on and off, how many times they were not with each other. And these texts continue and continue. You've got some as soon as August of 2020.
So even he believed that based on those texts that DDG was locked up in a house with a woman and Halle was outside with their child and he was not trying to let Halle in. Even this person trying to defend DDG knew DDG was trash. That's what we got.
24. However, I want to skip all of those and get to 2025 because that is what we care about.
Oh yeah, there are 600 people in here. Can you guys like the stream? For all the men who are new here, if you want to get notification for my streams when they go live, just hit the stream. All we do over here is have really meaningful conversation about Black manhood, how amazing and beautiful we are as Black men, the fact that we're the most involved fathers for the CDC, how to become better men, how to dress well. Let me read you a quote. Let me read you a quote from something that we do over here. Despite major changes in gender roles in public life, in private, many boys are traumatized by relationships with distant or absent fathers and mothers who do not hear them. We talk a lot about how women can show up better for men. Let me tell you. Oh yeah, and the most desired. Thank you. Someone said the most desired. Where is it? Talk about how now bell hooks reactivated your will to troll. Bell, to create loving men, we have to learn to love men. That's the bar. That's the bar from the hooks. The hooks and the crooks of it all. Get down to the hook and the crook. To create loving men, we have to learn to love men. Bell hooks. So that's what we do over here. Dear man, come and meet the most. No. Wait, what does FD mean? Masculine of masculineness. Man on whole YouTube theme is chat, play father figure. Period.
About, and I'm not trying to drag this on for an hour, really, frankly. This is annoying. It's frustrating. Listening to these, and I don't want to read these texts either. So 2025, because I want to put two things together. So she texts him, and keep in mind, this is all August 2024. He's like, so can I get Halo or no? And she's like, I'm tired of asking. I've reached out for help multiple times. There's proof everywhere that I reached out for help before I did this. I'm on the way already to get Halo. So she was doing all that. I'm going to hurt myself in March of 2024. She was doing all that again in August. It's a recurring pattern. And it makes, she caused DDG to fall off. Because if you think about it, 2023, 2024,
Halle Bailey, the Little Mermaid, caused DDG to fall off. Halle Bailey, the Little Mermaid, part of Halle and Bailey singing group, rolling with Beyonce and Jay-Z, caused DDG to fall off when they were dating. Again, Halle Bailey caused DDG to fall off when they were dating.
DDG was supposed to be going crazy. Like, he was still dropping music here and there, but it just felt like he wasn't on his A game. He wasn't popping out everywhere. We would have thought that he was streaming a lot more back then too, in 2023, 2024. This was the era.
Yeah. The problem is DDG was not streaming, and the reason is Halle had him on all these red carpets, and that's the problem. Halle Bailey having DDG front row at fashion shows and on red carpet, movie premiere, DDG being in these places made him fall off. Yeah, that makes sense. That Halle Bailey caused DDG to fall off. That makes sense. Mind you, I didn't even know who a DDG was until Halle Bailey. Mind you, I didn't even know who a DDG was until Halle Bailey. Because I don't watch those minstrel shows, like these black men just running up and down and twerking on top of their heads to get viewership. I don't watch that, right? So I don't even know who a DDG was.
It must have hurt terribly when Bruce dropped him off was clowning DDG. And you guys remember, DDG talked about when Bruce was clowning him, that was the lowest time of DDG's life. And I don't think it was just financially. I think it was because he was going through this. So he's like, man, I'm getting clowned on the internet. I'm getting called doo-doo garbage. I'm also getting clowned by Bruce drop him off. The internet's clowning me because I barely got any viewers. And I'm out here and my chick, my baby mama's telling me I'm not as good as Jay-Z. Like, it must be depressing. How do you...
If someone tell you as a rapper that you're not as good as Jay-Z and that made you depressed, you're delusional. You're delusional. If DDG needed someone to tell him he's not as good as Jay-Z, he's delusional. The sad part is she is handling this like Tiana Taylor handled her divorce, but the guys want to tussle so bad. Yeah, because they're like, oh my God, drop the tape. This girl is not even talking to y'all. Halle's not even talking to these men. Halle's literally out here taking screenshots. Halle's just taking screenshots. Yeah, they're violent. They were over here fighting, over there fighting. They're saying this song. Halle's like, girl, I ain't responding to these people. I got a movie to film, a red carpet to go to, some money to gain, an A-list to be at the top of. Like, anybody got time? Anybody got time? I just want to make sure the connection between DDG and I are disconnected when I'm topping the A-list chart. I just need this to go away so I can go ahead and top the A-list chart. That's what I want for Halle. Because Halle is that girl. Wait, can Chloe act? Is Chloe an actress? Because I don't like how Halle all over everyone's mouth.
Even make music at that time? There is good material for DDG to make music about right now, though. So on February 27th, you didn't talk about Halo for more than 2 minutes. That whole
Oh, I just realized something as soon as I said, can Chloe act? The reason, I mean, I think Halle can create a different realm, but I just realized all of her movies, even in The Color Purple, um, even in The Color Purple, The Little Mermaid, except Grownish, she plays a very specific kind of character. And I think Hollywood saw her as this sweet, angelic, loving, beautiful girl that could be placed in very specific roles to move up the chart, like the Elle Fanning and all of them people. And I just realized, I mean, I know this was ruining her reputation, but I also realized how really bad it must be for Halle to sell that image. Like you can, because like image is a product, right? Your celebrity image PR is a product, and she had a very good one where her voice, the way she speaks, the way she sings, the way she presents, right? We're not talking about her actual life. We're talking about what we, the public, get to consume. It's very good. It was very good, and I don't know that that specific brand survived this. I think it barely survived being pregnant. It barely survived being pregnant by DDG, right? And so this, the innocence, the angelic, the all of that, I think it's going to be contaminated by DDG. Like, let me be very clear. I think DDG contaminated that brand. And I do wonder what her brand at the end of this looks like. Obviously, I believe in her, all of that. So I wonder what that will look like. Because that sweet, innocent, kind, that persona, I don't know how that fears, and whether or not she can maintain that. Because if you watch the movies that she was in and the character she plays and how she shows up in interview, there is a very specific branding that was happening. I mean, I think Chloe's brand could survive this. I think Chloe, whatever brand Chloe's brand could survive this, but I think there's going to probably be a reframing of Halle's branding. Yeah, Halle was very curated in a very good way too. Like, like through the Disney pipeline, the Little Mermaid, I felt like that could have catapulted her all the way on the A-list.
conversation was about girls. I'm working. I don't know what to tell you. And she says, every day I want to die because of the way you embarrass me online.
Someone said, I don't like how Chloe's being branded. Girl, I don't know if that's branding. I don't know what Chloe doing. I don't think anyone knows what Chloe is doing. I honest to God don't think anyone knows what Chloe is doing. If JLo cannot sing, carry the gun, barely act, Halle will be fine. No, I don't think so. I don't think they're comparable. Because Jenny from the block been from the block. It wasn't Halle from the block. It was never Halle from the block. Maybe Chloe from the block, but it wasn't Halle from the block. Halle had a very specific image. I'm actually very curious to see how her image worked. I mean, y'all can be mad at me all you want. I'm just saying the truth. I'm saying the truth as I see it. It's not the truth, right? So I could be wrong, but hey. Thank you, though. Hurry up and eat. There is a mismanagement of Chloe's brand. Like, why y'all? We're not here to talk about Chloe, so we can move on. But if y'all sit there and y'all think that there is not mismanagement happening with Chloe's brand, I think that it's slightly delusional. I do. I think Chloe's brand has been mismanaged. It is what it is. I think Halle's brand was perfectly curated. I think Halle's brand was amazingly done, and then DDG happened. I DDG. The biggest problem to Halle's brand is DDG. I need Chloe to go to Solange closet and get that 27 piece off the shelf. And oh, in the elevator between the first and third floor.
And allow other women to speak on me. I keep going because of how much I love our son. I have 40K in bills every month. I have no choice but to worry. This is lifestyle inflation 101 right here. DDG is a slave to his own creation, which is this amount of bills. Now, he helps a lot of people around him. Like they say later on, he employs his mother's fiance. He employs his mother. He helps out a lot of people. I think he has to pay more than 40K, to be honest. That's a bit low, but 40K is a high number regardless. If you don't work for a month, you're kind of in the red. What can DDG do passively for a month straight that's going to make him this much money? Like, yeah, maybe he can run some promos, which would hurt his brand anyway. So he has to work. He has to be on it. But when he's working,
yeah, this is something that people have not said, because everyone is like, DDG brand can stand this, DDG brand can stand this, and it can. If he's not working with like white industry and people who are doing branding deals with him, because a lot of them will back off. A lot of them will back off. So I think that the fact that his entire family is on his side makes sense, because that's where they go to for money. And he hires them, he pays them. Like the reason DDG use every part of his life as content is because he needs to pay for his life. And that sucks to suck. Halle survives by being Little Miss Naive. Period. I want her to come. I want her to come. And they obviously, I've always had this parasocial relationship with these two girls where I think they're my little cousin or something, and I want the best for them. And I do want the best for them. But I also want her to succeed, because I need her to stick it to this man and everyone else who had something negative to. It's the same reason that I want Megan Thee Stallion to win. Right? Like, I want them to win. I want them to win on their own merit and all of that. But there's a part of me that needs them to like show that one mistake like DDG or Tory Lanez, as big a mistake as those people were in your life, that you can come back from it. And it would be an inspiring story if they can like move beyond it in a massive way. Yeah. I mean, that's just that. That's how I feel. Halle Bailey is basically having the same fame arc as Halle Berry, just with social media. Girl, Halle Berry was going through it.
he's probably making 10 times this in a month. So it's not as bad, but that's the thing. He cannot stop working. Otherwise, it quickly drowns him. He says, send me a clip of a girl disrespecting you. I'll give you 10K if you can. You constantly hurt me and then try to say I'm wrong for asking for support. I just thought we'd do what I wanted to do. And this is, so skips to, this is May 12th, 2024. We're not going to read that whole Mother's Day thing. However, in February 27, 2025, what happened was, so I decided to, look this up. So look up streams between the 24th and the 27th of this year. DDG was hanging out with some chicks. He was hanging out with some girl named Lana. I'm going to play you guys a clip from that stream.
Thank you, though. You were so nice.
Of course. Hospitality move. Tricky move. You said you come back on the 17th?
Yeah.
Maybe we hit the gym when you get back.
He was hanging out with this other girl. I think it was that Lala girl as well. So he was hanging out with a lot of chicks, and she was probably sitting there watching that stream, holding their kid, just angry at the world and that she couldn't control this guy. And that set her off. So in the summary and the relationship.
Okay, what set her off is that she couldn't control him, not that he was cheating. What set her off isn't that he was cheating. What set her off in this man's mind is that she couldn't control. Got it. Period. Period. That makes sense.
Timeline that DDG gives. He says that he's a musician and a career as a multi-platinum rapper, singer, and songwriter since 2017. And he says that the petitioner.
Not even a rapper, a multi-platinum selling rapper. Yeah, cool. You know what I would hate? Someone is like, gun to your head, you have to name a DDG song right now. Yeah. That would stress me. What do you mean I have to name a DDG song? That's wild. Absolutely not.
Is a singer, actress, and songwriter having had success in R&B and film. I don't know how much success she had in R&B. We started dating around November of 2021.
You think that DDG is a bigger rapper than Halle is a singer? That is an insane thing to sit there and like, oh, he's a multi-platinum rapper, and they're referencing to her as a successful R&B singer. Mm-hmm. You are saying, and I'm not even saying you personally have to know a song by Halle and Chloe or whatever, but to compare the two musically is wild. To compare the two, you delusional people, to pretend like Halle is not much bigger in terms of music than DDG is wild. Because we know her for The Little Mermaid now, but best believe, wasn't Ungodly Hour nominated for I am sure Ungodly Hour was nominated for a Grammy. Let's see. Yeah. Ungodly Hour was nominated for 3 Grammys. How many Grammys have DDG been nominated? Let's look. DDG's Grammy nomination. Wait, wait, let me. I don't like the see. Let me ask. I shouldn't be using AI because I don't want to destroy the world. The world. Has DDG the streamer been nominated for a Grammy? Maybe let's see. BET award. Has he been nominated for a BET award? All right, so no BET award either. VMAs, any VMAs? There's no record of any major MTV, VMA, BET, Grammy. All right, so you know, let's look at his streams. No. Maybe let's compare their streams. The fact that this man really sit up here, and trying to pretend that DDG is a better known rapper than Halle is a better known singer is nasty work. Like everyone knows this. Like there's no reason for you to even just like pretend like, oh my God, DDG career was brought down when he got with Halle's Wild.
We share one child together, born December 22nd, 2023. Our relationship quickly became volatile and was marked by repeated arguments, threats, and physical altercations. Petitioner has since weaponized our child to exert coercive control and manipulation over me, interfering with my access to Halo. While I have made every effort to be as precise as possible with dates, the abuse inflicted by Petitioner occurred so frequently and pervasively throughout our relationship that it's difficult to recall the exact dates of each incident. And then he says a summary of the abuse. So he's given some real abuse. She was given some in this most recent petition that she put. She was talking about, oh, his fans are making comments about me. What? Petitioner routinely used emotional coercion, including but not limited to threats of harming when I attempted to leave the relationship and or establish boundaries. Petitioner weaponized our pregnancy, demanding reconciliation or placing me in a possible situation of being threatened that she would abort our baby should I not reconcile or cede to her demand. I thought it was cede.
I don't use ChatGPT. I won't tell y'all what I use, but I don't use ChatGPT because of the amount of water, energy, resources that it uses. But I won't tell you what I use. I try not to use. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not destroying the environment. I do have ChatGPT, but I don't use it.
instead of a seed. But here is one of the situations where she took one. So there was supposed to be like a 2-step abortion pill. She says that she's going off their kid. She takes one of the abortion pills. She doesn't take the second one. And then the kid ends up being quote unquote healthy. I don't know what ramifications that has, but that makes sense with the name Halo. Like the kid's got a halo, basically an angel, which adds to that story. And this is the thing, like when can they, I don't understand how someone can defend actions like that. It's not like she committed to offing the kid, which already would be crazy to do to DDG, but they would find a way to say like, yo, it's her body, her choice. But she's half stepping it and she's using it and she's taking the first one. So she's putting the kid in harm. She's putting DDG in harm.
Okay, so you go have his child. You go have. You don't want people to say her body, his choice. Go have his child. Steven says, brother, chat of toxicity. Drag them, Ozil. Actually, Ozil, oh my God, I don't have a child. Drag them. And here's why you should drag them. Because they be dragging me. They drag me every time I come up here to tell them about the beauty of Black man, the power of Black man, the fact that we are kings. They try to drag me. And I don't know why they try to drag me. So I think it's only fair that another king with mango juice is dragging the chat. So you go off, king. Go off, king.
And for what? For her own selfish control? Petitioner on multiple occasions invaded my privacy by going through my phone while I was asleep, engaged in physical abuse perpetrated upon me by slapping and punching me during an August 2024 altercation over my phone.
I didn't. My bad. I meant king. The chat always use the word king. They put an A where there's an I, and sometimes because I'm not like English is not my first language. Because English is not my first language, I get messed up. So I apologize, king. King, ing, ang, king. I apologize, king. My bad. My bad, king. Ing. Kang is easier for me to say, but king is better. I appreciate the correction, sir.
Phone repeatedly struck me while driving in a car. She hit him while leaving the Bruno Mars concert in LA. Yo, she hit him with that Rihanna, which she did to Chris Brown. Yeah, he talks about her striking him multiple times, surveilling him through these.
This man just said she hit him with that Rihanna. Remember what Rihanna did to Chris Brown. Remember what Rihanna did to. So Rihanna was the abuser in his mind. Rihanna was the abuser.
Apple AirTags, shows up uninvited to events, including a movie theater and studio sessions, often resulting in confrontations due to her following him via the AirTags, has frequently used racial slurs and profane language directed at me in front of others, demeaned my masculinity, saying I wasn't enough of a man for her. Yes, you weren't enough of a man to bow down to her every whim. Oh.
He wasn't man enough for you. Where's Ozil? Ozil, I have to go shortly, but again, King, here you go. Come up. By the way, you don't have to talk about DDG. You can just talk about the toxicity you've noticed in the world, in the chat, in your life, in your head, all of it. Just know you'll have the space. The lady said I should talk to more men's.
Wow, that's a crazy one. Petitioner exercises coercive control over me by withholding access to her son based upon my refusal to abide by her dictates or demands. And petitioner frequently changes agreed upon custody arrangements without notice, denying my access. I think this is one of the instances where DDG just walked into the crib and he was like, yo, I'm not going to be denied every single time that I show up here, or you switching it up. And he says it's her.
Yeah, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to walk into someone's house and tell them that you're not getting denied. You don't get to do that. So I don't know why you just brushed over the fact that he just showed up in people's home. You're going to talk about the fact that he took pictures of her bed and sent it to her? No, just going to leave that. Someone without keys to your house broke into your house, took a picture of your bed and sent it to you. And y'all just sitting online just like, oh, we're just going to ignore that. We're just going to ignore breaking and entering. We're just going to ignore that. Got it. Period.
collaborations with other women and fixation on his relationships. In 2022, she became enraged over text messages between me and a previous girlfriend. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If he's talking to an ex and they're together on Grammy weekend, yo, I can understand her getting upset there. I'm not saying whatever she did was justified, but then he says, an argument ensued wherein petitioner texted another man to arranging to meet at 2 a.m. following a Grammy after party. So she was trying to get smashed right after. Although my messages were platonic in nature, petitioner fixated on them and retaliated by texting this other individual. So she was doing this whole toxic thing. But this is the thing, 2022 February, and he stayed throughout all of that. At this point in time, that's where you really got to leave. Like, this is the thing. People talk about, I didn't know. You know at this point. This marked the point at which I attempted to end our relationship. Okay. Despite my attempts to end, petitioner continued to contact and pursue me. This is where I can't co-sign DDG, man. You knew. And I think DDG, maybe like he just had a soft spot for this chick and thought like, okay, you know, maybe she's changing this time. Maybe she's just young. But man, that might be a decision that he looks back on, other than like his kid, because I don't think he regrets his son. But I think he looks back at that decision like, why did I let her come back into my life? Over time, her persistence elicited.
So why he had a child with a person he thinks is unstable is the question. Because he can control himself. He can control himself. She's treating this like a pregnancy, real quiet, period.
A sense of sympathy in me. Yeah, like I said, I mean, she was probably stroking his ego at this point. She's like, I can't be without you, which ultimately led to our reconciliation. Unfortunately, following our reunion, her behavior grew increasingly volatile, characterized by escalating verbal abuse and eventually physical aggression. Yeah, because she got what she wanted. So she was telling DDG what he wanted to hear, what made him feel good. She was probably telling them, yo, honestly, like you're not even 30 yet, and look what you've accomplished. Like Jay-Z had just released his first album, and
I want to tell you to go get hooked on phonics, but I know for a fact you're not gonna do it. I know for a fact you're not gonna do it. Women are not always innocent. You know what? Lauren, as someone who stands up for men, as a bell hooksian scholar myself, as a bell hooksian scholar myself, I agree. Women aren't always innocent. I'm going to drop the link for you. I usually only drop the link for men because as a bell hooksian, I usually only drop the link for men, but I'm going to drop the link for you. I'm going to drop the link for you, Lauren, because I do think we need to talk about how women should take more accountability. So here you go. This is only for Lauren, so Lauren can come and tell us about women not being innocent. I'm going to save this for when Lauren comes up. I appreciate you, Lauren.
by the time you're his age, you're probably going to be bigger and more successful than Jay-Z.
Okay. They said by the time DDG is Jay-Z's age, that DDG is going to be bigger and more famous than Jay-Z. I mean, that's what they're saying. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
I am doing well. How are you?
All right. So I agree with that last comment that women, I will argue that women are never innocent. I think that men are more innocent victims than women are. But the only reason why they don't get looked at as like we are victims of women is because that ideally we are physically stronger, but women more stronger with manipulation and she more stronger with having the systems, having the society to deem her as weaker and lesser, and that way she get more protection than just one solid man. So
So
yes, I would.
you think women are smarter than men?
No, I think they are stronger by just because they are lesser.
Yeah, but if you think women are able to manipulate men mentally, then it would suggest that they're smarter in your mind.
It's not the fact that they smarter. It's almost like I know my daughter be running game, but it's almost like that's my little baby.
Also, you
So
allow
we,
her. So you
we
allow women.
yeah,
So how are they manipulating you if you are allowing it?
because we it's kind of weird because I do view women as lesser than us men.
You view women as less than you.
Yes, they are less than us.
Why?
That's the reason why they got systems and laws to protect them, because they
Did
are
they
less.
make these system and laws, or did men make these system and law?
I think God put it in man's essence to protect women and to deem them as lesser, and that way so they could get the protection. Because if you're going to argue that women are the same, if not stronger or the same strength as us, that means that we shouldn't call the police. It shouldn't be when a man and a woman get into an argument, and they get into a fight and he knock her out. That's supposed to be just a regular fight then. It
All right,
shouldn't
so
be
you
where
say
women have
women
kids.
are less than men because men are physically stronger than women.
No, it's that the thing is the reason why they are protect. It seems like women want that protection and get all of the glory and get away with murder and get away with responsibilities. They don't realize the only reason why they get away with all those responsibilities is because men deem them less than.
But you
If we
said that
start,
men suffer, women harm men more than men harm women. And now
yes,
you're saying, wait, now you're saying that men are allowing these weak women to do things and they're just letting them. So you're harming yourself.
no, I think okay. I made an example of my daughter because men that got daughters, you know your daughter will be full of crap, but
Mhm.
you'll still go to war behind her.
Yeah,
That's
but
how the world treat women.
you use that in response to me asking about women. So the idea is that women are like your daughter, where men are allowing women to run amok. But that means
Yeah.
that then you're allowing it, and then you're blaming them and saying you are being harmed more.
No,
By
the systems that be allow it, right?
who created these systems?
It wasn't me, it wasn't no black man.
Okay, so there's a division between black and white men, but men created the system.
White man created that because I think it was left up to black men. That would have never been no such thing as no. I believe that they came up with these laws to certain white men came up with these laws to use women to tear other men down. That's what
All
I
right.
think it is. They know it's
So
full of
black
crap.
men under this system is subjugated and have no power, and so white men is controlling things.
White men is controlling things.
Yeah, so black men have no power.
No, not here in America. No.
Okay, so wait, so black men just not power. They're power. We are powerless.
Everybody here in America outside of white folks is powerless.
Oh, okay. So then white men are letting women run amok.
Yes.
And black men are being held under the boot of white supremacy.
Yes. It's almost like when you
Why
look
do
at
black
that.
men say they're leaders?
I don't believe that we are leaders. And the only time I would say that we are leaders is when we make the rules, we come up with the laws, we come up with our own education
Okay,
system.
so we're not leaders.
come up
We
with our
have
own
nothing to
parents.
lead.
Yeah, I don't. Leadership for me is way beyond just getting a dollar bill and bossing your woman around.
All right. So in the absence of power, black men were subjugated. And so women are like dating. Or you think women want to date leaders and powerful men, or they just settle for like black men who have no power?
Women do not want leaders.
All right. So they just want women, any man. will do.
They women want a female with a dick.
And are you that?
No,
Aren't you married?
no, I got divorced from that.
All right. So that woman only wanted you because you were female with a what?
No, that's why we got divorced, because she couldn't take the manly side of me. And so basically what I mean is that women prefer a woman in a man's body. Meaning
Yeah, but
that she wants
you
you to
were
be
married.
feminine.
Are you not dating anymore?
No, I went back to dating. We was only married for a month.
Oh, okay. And then you are dating now, so no woman wants you.
It's not about them wanting me, it's about me wanting them.
Do women want you?
If I choose a woman, yes, they're gonna want me.
Are you a quote female with a D word?
No, and that's why they don't last long with me.
Okay, so when you say women only want a woman with a whatever, they want you, and you are not a woman with a D, you see that is inconsistent.
It's not really, because when you in real life with the nuances, YouTube perspectives is different than in
No,
real life.
it's not YouTube perspective, it's your perspective. If you say women only want women only want other women with a D word, and they want you, either you're a woman with a D, or you're not being honest about what you think women want.
No, the thing is, when you get to a certain age, women and men become desperate. They realize these fairy tales of
So
desire
desperate
that they
women want
prefer.
you.
Yeah. So basically, we settle for
Wait,
each other.
no, can you answer that question? Only desperate women want you.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fine. Your theory makes sense now.
I think that we settle for each other. I don't think nobody in real life getting what they really want.
All right.
Right?
So I mean, that's fine. I agree with you. I think maybe only desperate women want you.
Right, and that's vice versa, because I have to settle too. When you get to a certain age, when you get in 30s and 40s and stuff, and you don't been through a lot of relationships, nobody's really getting exactly what they want. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have diagnosed a problem in society, and I understand you and your frame of thought. And as soon as you said it, it made sense. The kind of women who want you are the kinds of women who have no options, and they want you because they can't have anything else, and because they're desperate, they'll take any man, and you are there.
I'd rather have
And
a
that
woman with no
I
options.
can't imagine how that would feel for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that part must really hurt to know
Yeah.
that, like, you are not the man women choose, and when they have options, but they only choose you when they don't have option. I think that would kill me. That would
But
make me feel terrible.
it seemed like you harping on one part of what I said. I
Yeah,
said I'm
I
settling for
did.
her as well. So
No,
I'm
but
desperate.
like, I
She's
don't
desperate.
know from her perspective. I only know from your perspective. So
But
if you're settling, why she choose you and all of that from your perspective is less significant than how you think of her. Like, how much it feels like how little for you. And this, I'm going to ask you a question now, but for you, I can understand knowing or thinking that the only reason this person want me, I'm in a relationship, even if you are settling, but for you, I am in a relationship with this person because they're desperate. They are down on their luck. No one wants them. They feel abandoned by society, and they have no option. And therefore, the only reason that I am chosen is because I am the only option. I am the last man on earth for this woman, and that's the only reason I'm there. I got
But it's
married, and
vice
in a
versa,
month,
though.
she left.
But it's vice versa. You keep harping on
Yeah,
the
because she's
part
not here. She's not here.
right, but if you're gonna quote me all the way. Don't
No,
quote me
she's not
halfway.
here, so I can't engage with how she feels.
Actually, I was speaking in general. I was speaking in general.
Yeah, no, but does she know that you are settling for her? I would have to talk to her. But you know,
so I
you
think
know
that
she's
you're
settling
confusing.
for you.
No,
You know
you
she's settling
confusing.
for you.
You confusing things. I said in general, people all together,
No,
not
I
me.
asked about you specifically. We were
Well,
talking
I
about
didn't
you
bring my
specifically.
personal. I didn't bring
No,
my
no, no,
personal.
no, definitely you. It was definitely you. So now I have a question for you. And please be honest. How does that feel to know that you are only chosen because that woman doesn't have another choice? Like, how does
No,
that feel?
It don't feel nothing because that's how I'm feeling about her.
Yeah, so you don't feel any way that like the only way you can get a woman is because they don't have other
That's not
options
the
in
only way
life?
I can get a woman. It's not the only way I get a woman. Is more that the women that I'm bumping into, I really didn't want like that. She probably didn't want me like that. So we just come together. We didn't want
How
each other,
does
but
that feel? I want to get
it don't
into
feel
your
nothing.
mind. Because like one of the things that Bell Hooks taught me, I just finished this book. You should read it. It's a really good book. It's that men don't get the space
I
to
don't read
talk
fairy
about their
tales.
feelings. Men do not get the space to talk about their feelings. And I want to know your feelings. Like, how do you feel?
I don't feel nothing because I'm okay. It's a mutual thing. I chose a woman.
No, no, no,
I
no. But
found
forget
other.
the woman.
You gonna
Forget
let
the
me answer
woman.
it? You
Forget
gonna
the
let me
woman.
answer it?
No, yeah, but you are fighting your feelings, and I'm trying my best to be
So
a good person who listens
I,
and
I,
allow men to talk. I have a question. You said you are subjugated and don't have power in this world. How does that make you feel?
how do that make as collective, not me personally, because I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
have
yeah.
power by myself. So
Yeah, as a black
collectively,
man, let me go first. As a black man, it's sad, and I feel like really saddened by the fact that we don't have power and the proverbial boot is on our neck. And we cannot protect the women and children in our communities because we don't have systemic power. That bothers me, and that wakes me up and keeps me up at night. How does it feel to be subjugated, marginalized with the proverbial boot on your neck?
well, I'm not interested in protecting women and children. I'm interested in protecting the man first.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
yes, it do make you feel inadequate. It make you feel angry, make you feel like you want to do something about it. But those
Yeah.
are the good feelings. Maybe you would eventually do something about it. But one thing about life, everybody gonna get their chance to rule though. We ruled thousands of years before they did. We ruled longer than them. So they just get
Where
their
were you
time.
ruling?
Once upon a time, black men ruled a very long time.
Where?
So every dog gets their day
Where?
all through the globe. You see statues of what black men created when they had their own systems throughout, not just in Africa, to even
Can
here.
you name the empire?
No,
Oh, okay. So how do you know this?
because they got statues of black men, statues and pyramids that they built in every other country.
All right. So when are we going to reclaim our throne?
Well, the moment, okay, when we gonna reclaim our throne is when we put down the white man education, when we put down the white man's dollar bill, when we put down the white man's Bible, when we put down the white man's food, when we put down the white man's uh belief systems, his understanding of civilization, and again his education, his validation education, meaning that a lot of black people don't feel like they smart or educated until a white man stamp his dick print on their diploma or their degree.
So you oppose education.
I oppose a white man's education.
Are you educated?
No, I'm intellectually.
So are you anti-formal education?
Yes, I'm anti-white man's pimping.
All right. So are you anti-working for the white man too?
Yes.
All right. So are you about to leave America? Should we leave America?
I do believe collectively, if you do want your power back, you never get it here. So it's pointless. It's pointless to continue to whine about power. And then every time black men talk the way I talk, you gonna say, "Yo, you gonna go by yourself." How am one person gonna y'all saying that because y'all want to be cowards? Y'all so comfortable and you've been taken care of like a woman. Y'all okay with being a female? Y'all okay with getting treated like a woman as a man? That's disgusting.
You think it's disgusting to be treated like a female?
Yes, and
Why?
it's why, because a man shouldn't allow another man to treat them like a female. And
Why
it's
is
one
it
thing to get treated
disgusting
like one; it's another thing to accept and act like one.
why is it disgusting to be treated like a female?
No, it's not discussing the treatment like one. It's discussing to accept it. For me to accept the treatment.
Why
For
though?
why? Because I'm not a female.
What is wrong with being treated like a female?
They treat you less than like we treat women.
All right, so we
Like
treat women
less,
like they're less than.
huh?
We treat women like they're less than.
Yeah, that's the reason why we got a extreme amount of protection of them.
All right, so if we treat women like they're less than and women are less than, how are women then destroying us? You said women harm us more than we harm them.
Yeah, because since America looks at women less than, they get extreme amount of protection from the systems that's is in play. So by them being lesser, it's so many systems to protect them.
All right, so the system protects them. They're lesser. It feels like you're saying the system mistreat men, not women.
They mistreat men to protect women.
Yeah, so it's the system that white men create mistreating men, not women.
Well, the women utilizing those systems
It doesn't
for
matter
their
if they
benefit.
are.
They
It is a
abuse those
system.
systems.
It's a system.
Yeah, but it's a system, but you don't have to abuse it.
All right, so the
There's
system
more
that
men in
white men
jail
create.
for false. There's more men in prison for false rape and false allegations, false
That's not true.
DVs.
That is
How
not
you know
true.
that's not true?
That is not true. There's
How do you
stats
know
on.
that?
I know that because there are stats on men who are in prison.
Oh, so you believe stats? Because Stevens, I'm glad you brought up stats because when I looked up those stats, because a lot of women brought that up, majority of 90% of those men took a plea deal. And why did they take a plea deal? Because when you get accused of a crime, I just got accused of a crime, and I took a plea deal, even though I was innocent. Most men don't got, especially black men, don't got money to fight in court. Secondly, everybody in that court is going to be white. Thirdly, the jury gonna have majority of women, so that they got the feminism going on. They're gonna, anytime you hear something bad happen to a woman, everybody and their mama gonna believe this, because believe all women. Who gonna want to fight up against that? You just one man against all the jurors, the judge, the public opinions. We have made so many men guilty based off allegations that women came on the internet and said. Not no evidence, not no facts, not nothing substantiated. We put judgment, a guilty verdict on men just off of accusation. You be a fool to take something all the way to court trial.
So you say men are in. I shouldn't trust stats. What should I do? How do I look up why people are in prison?
Well, you won't be able to find it because you got to wait till. You got to wait till we have those stats. You have to wait till we have those instances where people come out and say, sorry, I lied, like they did with Bill Cosby, or men, men that have been in prison got exonerated.
Stats. You think I can't trust the white man stat on the people who are in prison, but we don't have the stats. But you are saying more men are in prison for false allegations.
Yes. So it's been a lot of men that have been exonerated. It's been a lot of men exonerated.
You do
meaning
see
they've been in there 20-something years.
You do see the inconsistency there, right?
No, it's not inconsistency because let's just say if I go to prison right now for allegation.
Have you been to prison?
Hold on, let me finish this. Let's say if I go to prison right now for a false allegation. 20 years later, you find out I was innocent. But during that 20 years, I was part of a stat of a crime. Then I get exonerated 20, 40, 30 years. We have many men. So how many more men that's sitting up in prison waiting to get exonerated?
We don't know.
Exactly. So you can't say that. You can't say that that's not true then if you don't know.
Were you in prison?
I never been in prison. I've been in jail a lot of times.
How much is a lot?
My last case where my wife put me in made 35.
35. Wait, your wife put you in jail. Was she lying on you?
Absolutely.
What did she lie on you about?
Well, that's what women do. When you give them that power, incentive to work in their favor, when you do something in a relationship and it don't go their way, they're gonna utilize those powers that they can utilize.
So
That's what
you've been
makes
to
them
jail
powerful.
35 times, and your wife lied on you for the 35th time. What did she
Yeah.
lie about?
She said I abused her.
And you
She
did
said I
not.
hit her. Huh?
And you never did.
Yeah. So when she showed some pictures, she had red makeup. It wasn't a cut on her or scratch. It wasn't no fat eye. I'm a 6'3", 250 pounds. If I hit her, you would have known the damage because I would have fucked her up. It wouldn't have been no magnified glasses to see. That don't look like a hit. Even the judge they dismiss my DV case, and typically they do not dismiss DV case charges. They dismiss mine.
No, they do. They tend to dismiss DV cases.
No, they
But
do not. Not in my
yes,
state,
what state are you in?
Wisconsin. They don't
What state are you
dismiss
in?
that. Wisconsin. I know that for a fact. If you put any cut on a bruise on a woman, that's a felony charge. I got charged with misdemeanor, and then she couldn't keep up with her story. She said it happened on the 29th. It happened on the 22nd. They was literally arguing with this woman on her consistency of her story, and then she waited a month later to report it.
All right. So Wisconsin website said DV website says domestic violence cases are often dismissed due to factors including lack of evidence, insufficient evidence, witness refusing to show up. The national study suggests dismissal rates for domestic violence cases go upwards of 50%. Domestic violence cases tends to be dismissed.
No. So it wasn't a case where she had to show up because
No.
the state.
No. That was not the argument we're making. You said that they don't usually dismiss.
They usually don't dismiss.
They do.
No, they usually don't dismiss those cases. I'm telling you, it's been so many women who have.
How do you know? I'm reading a stat that you said don't trust.
Because
picking stuff up.
Because I'm living here and I'm dealing, and I know a lot of people who've been through this. They do not, because of the lot of women who have been deleted from these DV cases. They don't. When a woman call and report that do not get dismissed. And women, it don't matter if women show up to court or not. The state gonna pick it up automatically. The moment she call, the police gonna come determine who's the aggressor. 8 times out of 10, it's gonna be the man. Every rare occasions they're gonna take the woman. You gotta have all the proof in the world.
35 times, and that means you've never been to prison.
No.
For the 35 times,
I used to beg to go to prison. I'd rather be in prison than jail.
All right. So for the 35 times that you've been to jail, when you were tried, did you got off generally, or were you put on probation, house arrest? What happened?
So mainly, I took a plea deal. I always take pleas because you need money.
Were you guilty for any of them?
A lot of them I was guilty. A lot of them I wasn't.
All right. So you were guilty for a lot of crimes, and you didn't go to jail, and you're to prison, and you're complaining.
You darn well I'm gonna complain for the times I was innocent.
But you never went to prison.
You can't just throw me away because I no, so but you can't throw me in jail because I got a history.
I'm not saying. I'm saying that you were mad, even though you got off. Not even really off, but you never got to go to prison for the times when you were guilty.
No, okay. If it carried jail time,
and
certain crimes I got caught with.
Yeah, and I'm assuming there are criminal activities engaged with that carried with them when you breached the law, prison time, and you taking a plea deal prevented you from going to prison. Am I correct?
Some of them, yeah.
All right. And so when you got out and not have to go to prison, you were upset.
No, I was okay with that. I see what you're saying.
And then you were upset when you were being quote unquote lied on.
Definitely. Who wants to be?
I'm not saying you're mad. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying okay, fine.
So let me ask you a question, Phoenix.
Go ahead.
So let's say you've been in jail. Let's say when you was young, you committed a lot of crime. And let's say you get a spouse and that person lied on you and you was completely innocent this time. Do you think just based on because you went to jail and got off so many times in your life, and so do that give people the right to be able to lie on you and you should do jail time? You should be satisfied when people lying on you?
No, I wouldn't. I would not.
Okay. No matter
Yeah.
how many times you've been in jail, you don't want to be in jail for nothing.
No,
If
I
I
think
go
you're
to jail, I
missing
want
my
to go to jail for
point.
something that I
It's
did.
hard when you're saying people are accusing you when you were innocent. If at 35 times, it's a very hard thing to convince other people you're innocent when you've been going to jail 35 times.
Right, but you're supposed to have a fair trial.
Yes, you should.
Right. So a fair trial means my past don't have shit to do with this present case.
No, that's not true.
Well, it's not a fair trial
You
then.
can bring it for modus operandi. You can bring it in for evidence practice. There's a lot of reasons you can use your past to bring in. You can bring in
Well,
your
I
past.
never have a pass. I never had a pass out of my 40 years of living of DV.
I mean, I don't know.
Never.
I don't.
Well, I'm telling you, I ain't never had that.
I mean,
Charge.
again, I'm not. I don't know. You were saying it. I don't know.
Right. So,
You,
but what I'm saying is,
when a
I
man
never
comes
did.
up here, when you say, I don't protect women, I don't protect children, it's hard to believe when you're then saying, oh, I never hurt women or children. Like, I mean, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying it's hard to believe.
Two things. I don't protect women and children, women particularly, because they got enough people protecting them. Secondly,
you don't
what else?
have a child.
Yeah, I protect my children.
Okay, so there are women that you would protect.
They're not women, they're kids.
When they grow into womanhood, you will protect someone.
Well, it's mine, not just no ordinary woman.
You don't own a woman.
No, I said no ordinary woman. I don't protect. No, I'm not finna just protect people just because they're a woman.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just saying, based on the way you talk and say, I don't protect women and children, yes, it is more likely than not for me to believe that you would harm a woman. Like, I'm not saying you did. I don't know if you did. But it's easy to believe that you did if someone said you did based on how you engage with women.
Well, since you want to bring up stats, right? The only people that hurt children is women.
No, that's not true.
See, that majority, if you look it up, majority of kids I have been abused by mamas, single mamas. You have been abused by single mamas. Majority of black men that was black boys grew up in a single mother community have been abused by their mammies.
Yeah. So last night, Prince Petty said
most kids die in the hands from their mamas than daddies, because y'all say black men not there anyway. Daddy's not there anyway. So who's there? Who's harming these kids? How are these kids getting deleted? From their mammies.
Stepdaddies, boyfriends, all of that. I don't understand why you're like frustrated or angry right now.
I'm not frustrated. I'm passionate about it. So who brought in the stepdaddies?
Why are you passionate about a lie? You were saying women are the ones abusing children. No, men are abusing women and children.
They are, and a lot of it don't get reported because we was told as kids, you don't snitch on your mama. Your mama love you no matter what she do.
When you say it like this, you do understand that men abuse women and children, right?
I don't think that. I think that's false.
You don't think men abuse women?
I think that y'all trying to go over. Y'all crossing the barriers, trying to protect women, and to the point where y'all become.
My question is, you don't think men abuse women?
I think they abuse each other.
You don't think men abuse women?
I think women and men abuse each other.
So
yes.
You are not
so you abuse women, they abuse them.
You are not answering my question.
Because you want to answer that. You asking me a half question.
1 second,
yes.
Quick question. Stop. Hey Annie, what is up? All right, I don't know what.
So yes, men abuse women, and women abuse men and children.
Men abuse. So men do not abuse children.
No, because y'all said that we're not there to abuse them.
No. The fathers not being there is very different than men not being around.
Who keeping those men around?
If you are, I don't know, an uncle, if
A
you
mama?
are a teacher, if you are a bus driver, if you are a man living in the neighborhood. What do you mean? Who is keeping those men around?
Well, from what I see, women told the government that they could protect their kids, and the government said it was fit to be with the mama. You mean to tell me these mothers don't have enough strength to keep these men from? She can't. So y'all women. So we should leave kids with women because they can't protect them.
All right. So are you saying because women cannot protect children, then women are the ones abusing the children because they can't
No,
stop
I'm not.
men?
I'm saying. I'm.
But
What I'm saying is,
that question
I'm not
doesn't
saying
make
that.
sense. That question
No.
doesn't. You're
You trying to
doing a
find
mental
100 reasons to
gymnastics.
absolve women.
Huh?
You exonerate women from anything. I know for a fact the majority of kids has been abused by their mammies. That's a fact.
Where
And
do you get
you trying to
where do
ignore
you
that.
get that information?
One, life experience. Everybody that I know that I speak to
Okay,
in real
your
life
life
across the globe.
experience, your life experience cannot be what you go to the figure out. It's
Okay, but
majority. You muted. Your life experience cannot be the thing that you go to tell us what majority of kids are going through. Your personal life experience does not work to explain what is happening to majority of people. Go ahead.
Right. So that's like with stats. Stats is anecdotal. Right. I never seen nobody knock on my door and ask us all of these questions that they came up with stats. In fact, I guarantee you the
Stats
majority put it in the chat.
anecdotal.
Right. So
stats are not anecdotal.
Right. So this is why I believe they are anecdotal, because everybody that's in your chat, including you never spoken to no census on each part of these topics. I guarantee you have not. Right. So you want to say something's anecdotal, but I do know for a fact from the time that I've been on YouTube, I spoke to thousands and thousands of men and women, and they all have stated that they had a history of their mammies abusing them. It could be physically, mentally, emotionally. Mothers who have destroyed black boys. Mothers from the way say you look like your ugly daddy, and most of us got beat because we look like our ugly daddy. They used to beat our girls because when the girls start feeling out, she get jealous because
If I
she
tell
around the
you
boyfriend.
something, all right, I'm gonna end the conversation, but before I end, I want to say something to
Why do you want to just protect women so much? It's like you one-sided. You're not telling the full truth.
So I do want to protect women as a general matter. I think that they are unprotected, and I think that the vitriol
But
aimed at
lying from
women
them is not protecting them.
That's fine. You asked me, so if you don't want me
So
to
you
answer,
willing to lie for women just because?
No, I
Why?
don't lie for women. I do not. But I wanted to move the conversation forward as Bell Hooks would advise me to, and say that I am acknowledging a pain, even if you don't want to acknowledge your pain. And I acknowledge that you're in pain. I don't know if you would agree to this, but I feel that you're in a ton of pain, and I don't know how to deal with your pain. I will give you the floor, not to drag women or talk about women, but to talk about your own pain.
Right. So my pain my pain did come from me a whole bunch watching my daddy get physically removed from my mama and her family. My pain comes from growing up. All they was talking about is black men ain't shit, black men ain't that. Getting beat with ashtrays, belts, stitcher cords, talked to, belittled from women, women. And then I got a few cousins who are at one point they used to be straight, but now they end up gay. Why? Because they all they hung around was their mamas, aunties, female cousins.
Again,
and
I
they
don't
forced
want
that on
you.
them.
You are doing this homophobia. You're attacking women, and all of that is happening. And like I am trying to.
I'm just telling my experience.
Yeah, no, that
I'm
can
not
be
being
yes, but I'm
homophobia.
trying to talk to you. Like, why are you like in pain? Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you, but since it's women that cause the pain, you don't want to hear it.
No, it's not that women are. I'm trying for you to explain your own feeling. I'm not saying go tell me what caused your pain. I'm not telling you to like explain and drag whoever caused your pain. I'm not telling you to live on your pain. I'm trying to figure out How are you feeling? I'm talking to you about how do you see your pain? How do you engage with your pain? How do you feel? Your own feeling. I'm talking about you personally. How do you feel?
Okay, I feel disrespected. I feel neglected. I feel unloved. I feel nurtured, not cared for. Uh, no unconditional love and stuff like that I was supposed to get from somebody.
I'm
Since we
sorry.
can't say the gender.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am
Sorry,
sorry.
what?
I'm sorry that you didn't experience the love that you think you deserve. Like, I am actually sorry.
Right. I'm okay with it.
No, you're not. And that's okay too.
Oh my God. So can I express how did it start, or we just got to harp on that?
No, I want to harp on that because I don't think you want to sit with your feelings. I think you should sit with your feelings.
I've been sit with my feelings. I've been did that. Whatever
Then
did kill
sit
me
with
made
it
me stronger.
now. Sit with it now.
Okay.
I am sorry that you had to go through life and the people who were supposed to protect you didn't. I am sorry that you feel unloved and uncared for. I am sorry that I wasn't a friend and I didn't know you at the time to tell you that you can be and have potential for great things. I am sorry that you were not loved. If you were not loved as a child, I'm sorry your dad was removed. I'm sorry you didn't feel cared for. I wish that for all of the young Black men who are growing up, that they could have felt the love that I felt from my mom and my dad and my brother. I wish there was a lot more care, but I am so sorry that happened to you. And I'm sorry that you have to carry that pain with you. And I do actually feel that. I do feel that. This is not me trolling or anything.
I don't know what to say to that.
You
I'm
don't
numb
have
to everything. It's all good. You get used to it.
Stop pushing it aside. Stop push. Don't push. Don't. You're not good. It's okay to not be okay. You don't have to be tough. You don't have to fight.
No, because I'm 40 years old, so a lot of those stuff I had overcame. So
You did
it's not that
overcome
I'm
it.
dealing with it.
You did not overcome it. That's not
Actually, I
something.
have.
That's not something we can overcome. That's something you need care for. That's something you need a therapist for. That's something you need love for. That's something
Well,
you need community.
I've been in therapy for 6 years.
How is that going?
Actually, we just had a conversation yesterday. He said, "Man, from the first time you came up here, how aggressive you was, mainly about Black women, because they want to cause your issues, and how you is now." He said, "Man, you done made a complete 360. You actually teaching me stuff."
And
He be
that
asking
kind
me, he don't think it's worth it for me to come back to the therapy. But I told him I just want to come just to have it.
All right. Well, I'm glad you saw therapy. I don't know if anything will penetrate, but just know that I I won't lie and say that I'm going to be here to talk because I'm not. I just don't have it, but I do hope that you find community. I really do. And real community, not community where people are like fighting and attacking, but community where you get to say, I am hurting. I would like a hug. I am hurting. I want to cry. I am hurting. And people listen to that hurt.
No,
It's not
I don't
here.
want that. I don't
Huh?
want that. I don't
Yeah,
want
I know
that.
you don't want it, but it's something you need, and you're
No,
not gonna.
no, can I explain why I don't want it?
Sure.
Because my pain made me great. My pain built me so much character. My pain gave me a lot of personality and made me the man that I am right today. If I didn't have pain, I think I would have been a weak man. I think I would have been not as strong the way I am. I got so much. I became throughout my pain it made me maneuver and overcome in so many dangers or situations. Made me overcome the jail beds. It made me overcome so many obstacles where people who never had that much pain like I got folded. where life beat them up to the point where they never got back up. Some of them self-deleted themselves. Some of them went drugged out, alcoholic. Some of them went in prison for good and made bad decisions, right? So my pain, I appreciate my pain because I overcame a lot of it, and it made me, it built character. It built a lot of wisdom within me, and it built, and I got a lot of personality. That's so dope and so fiery. Everybody in your chat, they love me to death. They learned to love me. Everybody
But you
learned to
do
love me because
realize
I
that
be my authentic self.
even with those good things that you see from your pain, that there are other crippling things, and there are times when that pain no longer serves you. And I don't know, maybe it still does, but there's a time when, now that you've built whatever it is that you think you've built, then there is a time where you have to put that armor down because you have to go into the next phase of your life. And so, yes, you're big and strong and tough and you survived, and you shouldn't have had to survive, but you did. At some point, that becomes a crutch and it becomes a problem in engagement. And until you figure that out, that's not something I can teach, right? I'm not a therapist, so I don't know. But until you learn to put it down, it's going to be a hindrance.
No, I want that pain because it made me driven. You know
No,
how
no,
much
no.
stuff
You
I
want that
accomplished.
pain because everything else behind that pain is a ton of trauma and hurt. And I think you don't want to face that hurt. And I understand why it's easier to live that pain and stay in that anger and not deal with the hurt.
So let me explain to you, right? That pain, I got all three of my kids, and I've been raising them. I started off raising my first one when she was 5. She about to be 12, and now I got all three of my kids. That pain, when people told me I couldn't do it, I made sure I'm doing it right now as we
Yeah, but
speak.
when you hold
That
your
pain,
child, when you hold your child, when you hold your small child, it is not pain that is holding that child. Hopefully it's love. Hopefully it's care. Hopefully it's tenderness. There are
it's
times,
reality.
yes, there are times when that pain is not useful.
Right, I do get that part, but what I'm saying is it's a lot of positive stuff. Like I just opened up my own food truck. I had a hot dog cart business. So throughout that pain, I redirected the stuff that I used to do in my
You're
20s,
not,
aggressive stuff.
there's nothing I'm going to say to you because you're connected to your pain. And I understand why. As someone who is not as connected to pain as you are, I don't understand your experience. So I apologize. And I'm not going to push further on this. But know that I believe that for all the men who are holding on to pain, they can let it go. Because to hold on to that pain, yes, it helped you survive, but it's also crippling. Your pain did make you strong and tough. It did. It made you able to survive prison. It did. But also on the outside, when you're dealing with your children, when you're communicating with other people online, when you're building a business, that pain can be a detriment. And nothing I say right now is going to convince you that. But just know that not even that I tried. I wish I could be community with you, but I can't. I physically
No,
cannot. But I
I
hope
see
you, I
what
wish
you
you the best.
I see what you're saying, and I understand it, right? So when I do, I know I'm not an idiot, right? So when I do behave like in reality, as far as like doing business and stuff, I do not conduct myself, make myself presentable. A lot of times, that stuff, my old pain, that stuff is really old. But I know how to set that stuff to the side. This on the internet is the only time I get to express. Since we be talking about these topics in real life, we don't have these type of conversations with people in real life. So, but on the internet, these topics come up. Of course, it's going to make me think about some 10, 20, 30 years ago type of stuff. That's what these topics bring up. But in my real life, none of this stuff be even. I be in a mode of living, right? A lot of people, they come on the internet to detach themselves from reality because they can't face and the internet is causing a lot of people depression and anxieties because a lot of people it become extroverts on the internet, but introverts in reality.
Yeah, I'm an introvert in reality. I'm very extroverted online.
And see, and that's what you call too much internet. Sometimes you got to go outside and touch the grass and go outside and live because YouTube and social media become your reality, and your real life become a fake existence.
Yeah.
It's in reverse.
I'm going to say good night. I hope something I said penetrated. I do wish you the
Can you please stop
best.
using that word penetrated? I mean,
Huh?
can you please stop using that word penetrated? Because
Why?
you are
Why does that
offending.
why does that make you uncomfortable?
Because I can see you if you was a straight man. And on the internet, they would use that, oh, Jay Prince for president. He got penetrated by this man that's from the LGBTQ community.
All right. So you came up to talk to me and I used the word penetrated and you
Yeah.
want to censor my language.
Yes, because I don't think I would be the only man that would be offended by it because of what you practice. So
Because
certain words
what
that
do
you
I
practice,
practice? What do I
uh,
practice? What do I
you
practice?
practice penetrating other men or being penetrated.
Okay.
So when you use that word to a straight man, I do believe that you should have your rights and you should stand up for your rights. But as a straight man, I should be able to stand up for my straight heterosexual rights and say what I don't. Some words is offensive to me, especially coming from a LGBTQ community. Just like if I was to say some foul language that we always used to say regarding gay men, you would be offended.
I will not use the word penetrated. But you do know that's not a derogatory, like you do know what the word means, right?
Penetrated means digging some down.
No. It means getting through.
Right, getting it through somebody's butt. Right? Ain't that's what? Don't you penetrate your wife or your woman? Or don't you get penetrated from your man?
You can use it in that context. Do you want me to pull it? I'm gonna put it.
I don't want to feel like somebody trying to penetrate me. And that's why I felt uncomfortable when you was telling me to live in my feelings and stuff like that. It's almost like being in jail and in a big bubble saying you can live in your feelings, and then you start using the word penetrating. It sounds like you trying to come on to me, and that made me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, you think I'm trying to come on to you?
Or you trying to do that on purpose to make me seem like trying to make it seem like I'll swing that way or something. Because you using the word, you kept trying to convince me to live in my feelings, live in the moment. Let's talk about your pain. You basically trying to touch my feminine side by bringing up my emotion, stuff that bothered me, as far as like my feelings and stuff like that. Then after that, you start using words like penetrating, and how strong you said the word. You was like penetrating and penetrating. I'm like, that made me feel uncomfortable as a heterosexual guy.
Well, I apologize. I did not mean it in that way. I am sorry that you felt like I was coming on to you. I am also sorry for using the word penetrated. No.
But could you understand how a lot of people would kind of take that?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I was to say some offensive stuff that goes against what you believe in, we have seen you could barely even talk to people from the LGBTQ community because everything us heterosexual men say, it will get completely taken out the ordinary. So as a straight man, I think we should stand up for our heterosexual rights as well. So now since we got to be extra careful to talk to somebody from the LGBTQ community, they got to be extra careful talking to us.
Got it.
Because we don't know what you on, right? Because you do like men, correct? I'm assuming, right?
I'm not responding to that.
Right. We clearly, obviously, you like men.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So certain words that you use and stuff and trying to get me to be feminine and be in my feelings and stuff like that, and you kept harping on that. You wanted me, I don't know why did you want me to express my feelings so much? Heterosexual men don't need their feelings. That's gonna get you deleted in real life, because this real life is not about feelings. It's real. It get ugly, it get dangerous, and you need that aggression. I don't need to be walking around this piece all soft, just like my mama now and auntie now. And you
Got it.
said you was raised with your daddy. Yeah, I was kind of confused. This the first time, because we always say black boys turn to the LGBTQ community because they didn't have their dads. You said you had your mommy and dad. How did that happen?
1 second. The reason I'm letting him speak is that I did something that I actually tried to do in terms of what I think was the right thing, and it might have been wrong. So I'm giving him back his space to speak back to me. I will never do this again. But you can have your final words, and then you had a question, and then I'll end it.
So my final words is, you said that you had your mom and dad. Because
Mhm.
I thought you joined the LGBTQ community like most black men that I see, because they was raised solely up under their mamas. And
Mhm.
when I look at gay black boys and how they typically act like they mamas, they aunties, taking their head, using that finger, and putting on that same makeup like black women do with the white girl weave and stuff like that. So, but you had a dad,
Mhm.
and that's kind of offending me because obviously your dad is black, and he grew up in an era where we didn't play that gay stuff, right? So I know your
Mhm.
dad pardoned that. So you rebelled against your
No, no, no,
father.
no, 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 no. Let's be very clear. You don't know my dad. My dad absolutely loves and adores me. There has never been a point in my life where my dad rejected me for anything that I've ever done,
Is
insofar
he a
as how I show
heterosexual?
up. Huh?
Is he a heterosexual? Is he a heterosexual?
I will not answer that question. I don't talk about
I
my
think the only time
sexuality
he would
with
love
you.
you I think the only time he would accept that from you and love you still, if he's part of that same community. A
Gotcha.
heterosexual, I want to reject my son or nephews if they come in like that.
It
I'd rather for my sons them go to prison and get shot all up than to come in my house wearing a purse.
got it. Are you done?
So I'm Jay Prince for president of United Negro Nation of the Black House. I approve this message. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night. Have a good one. All right. So the reason I let that go on is one of the things that I need to explain to some of the bell hooksian people, instead of dragging him and fighting with him, is that there are people, I believe, and I'm not dragging him now because he's not here. I think there are people who are married to their pain. I think there are people who are married to ideas of masculinity who have decided that they are not good enough. And the only thing that they have is some expression of Black masculinity. I will own something. It did actually feel really sad in the beginning where he is talking about being rejected repeatedly, not having community as a general matter. And I think that bell hooks might have been onto something about the only way to get through to people is to be willing. I'm quoting this. I'm not quoting, I'm paraphrasing. Is to be able to go through certain kinds of pain. And I actually do agree. I'm just not willing to go through that kind of pain. I think that there is a rejection of intellectualism, there is a rejection of femininity, there is a rejection of homosexuality, and the kinds of rejection within certain Black men make it obvious that someone like me cannot and will never be able, I won't use the word penetrate, but get through to someone who holds so dearly to their ideas of what it means to be a Black man. Um, and I think for my sake and for the community's sake that it is important. It is important that you all have this evidence of the ways in which it is impossible, I believe, for certain kinds of men to be spoken to and helped. There is no amount of life that you can speak into certain people. It just won't happen. He found a way at the end to dismiss everything that I had to say. He found a way to attack what I had to say because he did not like the way that he felt it was easy to attack sexuality. And as you watch him sort of unravel and unload on this idea of gay and him being vitriolic, it is, again, a self defense mechanism from my perspective for him to maintain ideas about who he is and not having to grapple with the seed that was planted in, oh, you probably need to be addressing your emotional issues. Yeah, that discomfort is why people get abused sometimes. That discomfort is why some people might be abused his in his environment. And I think that's important. This is, by the way, why I disagree with bell hooks. Finn, I didn't know you were here. Welcome. No dusty degenerate James trolling for it. I do know who he is. I do know who he is. No, no, no. I think he was hurt. I think hopefully he reflects, but you know, these men not about to reflect. All right, I'm going to go into the after show and I am going to read through these super chats. They can admit they lie because they're true. He seems to have strong dislike for women and any form of femininity. Sad, sad man. Yeah, I mean, it is sad. I do look. How do I put this? The men online, are you okay? I hope you are. Yeah. No. Okay, let me be clear. My sadness is never for myself. I have lived the life that I wanted to live. I have done a lot of the things that I wanted to do. There are very few people online that can affect me with their words. And this is why, instead of dragging him about not being chosen, which I was going to do, I decided to not engage that and instead engage with the human. I was taking my bell hooks. I was trying to engage with the human behind all the aggression. Right. And it's easy for me to do that. I wouldn't expect anyone else to do it. It's easy for me to do that because we're online. We're not in person. I would never have spoken to him, period, generally in real life, because the kind of aggression that comes from someone like that generally turns very violent in real life. But there is a screen between us. All right. So that out of the way. I think that it is men's duty to do the work that bell hooks is telling women to do. And I think that I should take it more seriously. But as someone who, and this is weirdly stated, but as someone who was not raised in this very specific environment and did not have to engage with certain kinds of men in my life outside of the barbershop, I can close off and move on with my life and never worry about engaging with a man like that, right? But I do think there is a ton of women who have to engage with a man like that. The baby mother, for example, might have to engage with a man like that. And so for me to say, I'm going to just not talk to men like that is kind of strange because they're causing harm. Now, that being said, there is a way to do it that they respect. These men, I think, respect if you're dragging them instead of telling them to feel. And that's the weird thing, because they need to feel in order to grow, and they're unwilling to do that. And so I think that's an interesting thing. I think that's interesting. And it does mean, I don't think I should. I'll talk to my mom about this and my dad, but I don't know that I should, because I'm going to be insulted the entire way through. I don't think I should disengage from talking to men. Yeah, and this is something Ozil said this. No, it has to be from a man they respect, an elder or a man with more money than, well, I mean, well, let's just leave the say it has to be from a man they respect or an elder. Let's just go ahead and say, yeah, from a man they respect or. All right. We'll go into the after show and we'll chit chat in the after show and then come. No, not keep revealing the monsters. I'm trying to reveal the human. I'm trying to reveal the human behind the monster. But it gonna be hard to do. It gonna be, it's hard to do. Anyway, let's go into the after show and read the super chats. No, I think today was pleasant. I think he realizes that we were on together and that men would probably drag him. He said as much, right? That men would probably drag him for being on with me and feeling anything while he's on with me, right? And so he's very keen on making sure that other men do not disrespect him for being on with me. And I can understand that. So black males having laws and rights to protect them is because they're lesser than the white males who make the law. Yeah, that's essentially his argument. Little girls can outwit men who let them outwit them. His logic didn't make sense, but I wasn't here for his logic. I was trying to understand his anger. I try to understand his anger because he really dislikes women. This one is the ex-wife forgetting. This one is for the ex-wife forget. I mean, after a month is wild. Some Kim Kardashian type stuff. Men are victims in patriarchal society. Nah. That was a question mark. I ain't reading that. Everyday men give me a reason to keep my legs closed and get my self-defense up because this is sick. Yeah. Yet he has multiple children. So this part is interesting. He really hates women, sleeps with women, but I think he's resentful because I think he knows, I don't think he says it explicitly, that women only choose him because they have no other option. Or at least he thinks that, because I think most women have options. I think that as a truth probably is harmful to his psyche. I think his self-image, his self-perception, who he believes himself to be singular, who he believes himself to be is one that is at odds with like his own humanity, right? And I don't think he sees value in himself, or at least he does not think women see value in him. And I think that is causing a ton of like pain, emotional pain for him. But I didn't want to get into it because that felt like he would like blow up too much. Not me being a therapist. I'm gonna tell Kilo to not play any more of that therapy movie in the Discord. Because through some kind of osmosis, I've gotten gentle. Heavy on you. Yeah, he was talking about himself. Imagine. So I'm looking up something. Girl, that's why you choose the beer. That's what I thought you were looking at. Finding love at the crossroads of broke and broken sounds contemptuous, right? Da-da-dum. He is not anti-woman government assistant. He accepts those SNAP benefits and the food pantry. Wannabe is a liar, probably on Section 8 too. I do know this. I remember the debate he had with Sin. Hello,
Oh, hello. Oh,
how are you?
sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, hi,
Huh?
how are you?
I'm
Oh,
doing well. Can you hear me?
yes, I think I can hear you. It cut off earlier when I tried to talk.
Yeah. Oh, what were you saying?
Or it was about Jay Prince. I was about to go in, but I think for the whole interview, you pretty much got out of him what he's always been about. He constantly double talks. First, it's women are the ones who are abusing children, women are the ones who are abusing each other. But then at the end, he says, when you told him that your father loves you, that he accepts you for who you are, he's the first to say, I would cut off all my children if they showed what he deems to be like homosexual behavior. So, like, how is that not abuse when you say you love men, especially you're men, and then the moment you act in a way that doesn't fit with his um, narrow view of what a man should be, immediately you would cut you off, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Um, Go ahead, sorry.
I know that you can talk.
No, no, you can finish it. Finish up. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
mean to.
So he's always been like this. So he always talks like this. So ah, I don't know how to handle when it comes to men like this. Because I think in many ways it's kind of not pathological, but it's something that has already been how do I put it this? It's been put into the culture like from way back that no matter what, you always find a way to say women are at fault. Like it's part of the mythology, it's part of religions, it's part of how women are raised. And men are also raised the same way. I think I don't want to be anecdotal, but when he talks about abuse, myself, I'm African. I
Yeah.
came from a very strict household, and I can say for sure that my mother, my grandmothers have abused me. I've been beaten, and I don't want to talk about this because it's a more like a family thing. But when that happened, I also had men around me, like my grandfather, for example. He never engaged, like in how physical things got. But if he pointed out, for example, like that person is not behaving, I developed a little earlier than other girls. My body is more was more fuller, and my mother, while she was strict, she also allowed me, to go about, go maybe let's say I would go to the borehole alone, and if something happened with the boys there, I got water poured onto me, girl, boys pulled down like my skirt or touched me, he would be the one to go to my grandmother, for example, and say, "Hey, why is she acting like this? She is the one who's bringing shame on us." And then it will be up to my grandmother or my mother to be the ones to enact discipline
Mm-hmm.
in that way, so physical discipline. And I think this happens everywhere. Like, for example, as we see with cases of DDG and
Halle.
Casey, for example, where these women are now being called loose. Why were you at places where there were men who could abuse you? and why are you not leaving? Even though we've seen time and again that these women have tried to disengage, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I mean, I think, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do I call say Anne?
Yes, Anne.
Annie. I
Yeah,
appreciate that. And I do think that as we go through, I think more and more I'm going to talk to my Discord first, and I'm going to talk to my moderators first about something regarding bell hooks and what I'm doing. But I do think more and more it is going to be important that women do pay attention to, without debating, without fighting, men. I appreciate you for sharing. I'm so sorry some of the stuff happened to you, but I not but. And I do hope that women are listening, because what Bell Hooks is asking for is a impossible task. And I
right.
don't think any woman should have to do the work of transforming men who do not want to listen to them.
Yeah, because I don't think there is a place for women to even guide or educate men, because it comes down to respect. And ultimately, I think a lot of men don't respect us. And if they do, there is the blame there that you are responsible for the state that men are in, whether it's you are responsible because of your body and you make men feel a certain way. And so they want to have access to you, you should manage yourself. But at the same time, even nuns, are sexualized. They are abused even within their confines. So there is no place for women to engage with men safely, I don't think,
Yeah.
even in discourse.
Yeah, I'm with you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you for coming up, and thank you so much for your input. I'm forever grateful. I appreciate that.
All right, I've been watching for a couple of years now, and I just thought, oh, Jay Prince is there. I have to talk.
No, I appreciate that. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
yeah. Oh,
Have a good night.
have a good night. Thank you.
Mhm. Um, so there's one thing that I wanted to touch on. And I think this is important. I do let people offload on one specific thing. The idea that certain people think that I would be coming on to them is insane to me. Uh, I think that is insane to me. But she is sweet. But that's one thing, and that's very important to me. So I will let people go off on that because whatever. But I do think that there is this, maybe this truth for certain kinds of men, that if other men show any kind of empathy or care or feelings towards them, that it has to be on a kind of homosexual, I want to sleep with you level. Because I think there are certain men who literally are incapable or unwilling to show emotion, and they will only do it to women that they want to sleep with. So it does not make sense for anyone else to show any kind of care at all to them. They grow up and they experience no love, no care. So the only reason some men could show any kind of empathy is because they want to sleep with them. And while I have a ton of jokes and drags for that, ultimately that is sad. That is, imagine how sad. Imagine how sad and filled with trauma your life have to be to think that, as a man, that if another man show you any kind of care, any, like, not even a lot, like not even a lot, just like a tinsel into bed, that it disrupts your entire psyche, so much so that you're like lashing out on homosexuality and going going off in this really long diatribe about sex and sexuality. Anyway, I think that's interesting. Has he ever spent time in prison? I only ask because that is one of the only places men are forced to accept women treatment. Well, apparently he went to jail multiple times. So who hurt you? A lot of people, apparently. Apparently, most people that he engaged with has inflicted some kind of harm onto him. And now he's inflicting that harm back onto everyone, including, yeah, everyone. How many DV cases out of 35? Next, DV will always defend and abuse. So I should have asked more specifically, but he said none of them were DV except the last one, but I don't believe him. I don't believe him on his recitation of his retelling of facts generally. Sounds like men be taking advantage of the system too, especially when they get off crimes that they commit for their personal gain. I did not see this super chat, but I thought it. But I did not want to because it was going well. Because women take advantage of the system. If you're getting off, if you were in jail 35 times, if you never been to prison, sounds like you're taking advantage of the system. That's it. That's all. The prison abolitionists must be very happy. We're Jacob. Themis trap is. No, it was. And honestly, I could have just gone with the trap and drag and get removed, but no. We were on our bell hook tonight. Bell hook says take abuse. Bell hook told us to take abuse, and guess what? I took some abuse. Ladies, study up for these intellectuals. How often has he seen men get treated like women, and who treats men like women? I mean, he's very into homosexuality and sex, and it is slightly strange and perturbing. I'm slightly perturbed. Petty brought this up, level up, where there's someone in the comment that said we should talk about men calling their male best friends to tell them good night. I do think in the context of this conversation, we could actually do that kind of engagement because I think it's emblematic of this and the lack of emotional awareness and willingness to engage emotionally. So Mama family took his daddy out the home. He didn't like that Mama had her family protecting her. Yep. Why didn't you get the love and acceptance and respect and nurturing and protection you want or need from men? Because he don't want it. You didn't see how violently he responded to any kind of care at all. Themis, you should charge for this. I said no therapist ever. If that was said, remove their license immediately. Mocha Lock, you've been a member for 26 months, and also yes, agreed. I don't think this man has ever gotten therapy, but that wasn't the point. But letting him lie was useful for something else. But yes, you're right. They won't go to men to speak because after being vulnerable, they have to reclaim their power by climbing on top of that person and sexually. Yeah, no. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is easy for me to let Jay Prince blabber on and on about homosexuality. Because I don't know what he's talking about, but it's easy because that's his attempt. This is sexually you're talking, but that was his attempt at reclaiming his manhood that he thought was lost somewhere because he felt something. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with abuse, but I was fine. See, we let him be vulnerable. Here we are, ladies and DDG defenders, man. Yeah, no. Now, J Prince was only articulate when he started to talk about LGBTQ. So do with that what you will. That is the real issue. So sad. Yeah. He wish he could hang. Timothy, you have gave him more care and understanding than I ever would, and he lashed out at you. He wants to stay in his anger and pain. He's violent. Fully agree. Fully. Again, I would never do this in real life, and you should not either. I don't care what Bell Hook says. I don't care what Bell. I would never do that in real life, and you shouldn't either. Like, share, subscribe. So big. Boo Booba doesn't whisper empathy in your ear at night, because who knew that? Period. Please like the stream. Had a convo with an older male cousin once that mirrored this one. The pain and abuse is good for men. Part was literally identical. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Jay Prince got soft near the end. He wants to be with a man like you. Let's just stop dancing around the issue. This is his real sadness. I don't think so. I think he's trying to reclaim some level of masculinity and manhood. Yeah, Jay Prince still around and still in the club. Amara, why are you doing that? Landon Turner, I appreciate this. Thank you so much. All right, I've gotten through all of the comments. Thank you all so much. In truth, I only had this live stream to talk to a man. I just wanted to talk to a man. I wanted to talk to them about the DDG Halle thing, and unfortunately, none of the men who came wanted to talk about that on live, so that was unfortunate. And then we ended up with Jay Prince. I appreciate Timothy is trying to reclaim your masculinity. I appreciate you all so much. Again, if I move forward with my foolishness, I will let you all know in advance so you can know when to not tune into my live stream. If I continue, I'll let you all know, and you can know when to not tune into my live streams. I appreciate you. I'm going to go to the Discord, and I'm going to unleash some of my frustrations, I think. You'll understand in the Discord. I'm going to unleash some of my frustration. And I love you all. Thank you so much. I saw y'all in there defending me. You don't ever have to defend me when I have the mute and the remove button. If someone is up here dragging me and I'm letting it happen, it's because I want to let it happen. Because I have something to prove or something to do. I promise I'm doing something. So that's that on that. Have a good night. I love and adore you all so much. Even though I tell you not to do it, I did like seeing it in the chat. So appreciate that y'all stand on business about facts and truth. Have a good night. Bye. Mango's great.